Any goblins in here? Anybody want to make some gold? Anybody have a good weekend? Good morning, boys and girls. Good morning, good morning. Welcome in. Oh, my lighting's all sorts of funky. All sorts of funky. A bit of a tidy up, a bit of a clean up yesterday, and I had to pull all my desk out, and so all my camera's pointing in the wrong direction, and everything's going horribly wrong. How are we all doing, boys and girls? Are we good? Are we good? Got a cheeky little restock to do this morning. Then we're going to continue building out the skinning army, I think. Jonah with the 3 months. Thank you very much. Good morning. Welcome in on this fine Monday. I've already had me coffee this morning, so it's kind of weird to start a stream, especially on a Monday without coffee. Could end up being a double coffee day. Who knows? Right. Actually, before we get too busy, I need to double check the auction, the war bank, see what's in it. What's in it? Oh, snap, crackle, and pop. We've already got quite a few bits and pieces in the war bank. 188 slots to fill. Every morning's a double coffee morning. It does help sometimes, it does. Let's see if there's anything leatherworking that we can restock quickly. What's in the box? What's in the box? What box? There's a box? Hang on, confused, confuzzled. Don't confuse me. It's a Monday. I'm weak on a Monday. Oh, so haha! Somebody's definitely seen. Yeah, there doesn't need to be a head in the box. I have many of the 7 deadly sins, but where did the auction house go? There it is. 7's a cracking film, by the way. Absolute trauma fuck, but it's an incredible film. Hello, auction house. Thank you. Right, what have we got going on here? Eversong Hunter's headgear. Got a bunch of those in the war bank already. Herbalist backpacks. Got a handful of. These sell like hotcakes, though. Might not be a terrible idea to make some more of them. Flippity doodah! Look at the price of stupid Lotus, man. Nearly 2k a pop. That's going to hinder my desire to make too many of these. That's really going to hinder my desire to make too many of these. They take 4 apiece. I've already got some of these. Handful. What's 4 times 16? I can't do that kind of numbers in the morning. 64. Some of them. Some of them. Got. Oh, hang on. We got some of them. We got some of them. We got oh, hang on. I've got 73 Lotus sat in my bags already. Oh, sugar plump fairies. All right. I didn't need to buy any more of those. Whatever. Are we good on the moats? Okay, they're fine. Better check full pop service for the backpacks. They might actually have lower prices than crafting them. Maybe. Probably not. Maybe. I don't know. They'd have to be pretty goddamn cheap. Hunter's packs are out of these. Out of these by the looks of things. Craft like 50 of them or something. Let me just buy some more moats. Seems kind of ridiculous buying moats considering I've got guild bank full of them. Scale wovens. 100 of those.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me?
Void tempered leather. Oh, this is big numbers. Woof! Spicy meatball. Yes, please. Yoink. Okay. What do we need here? Ah, these flipping jewelers covers, man. I can't be paying the price of these with 2,500 gold dust. Kahani with a 49. Good morning. 9 months to Christmas. Fucking hell. Yeah, I guess it is. I guess it is. I guess it is nearly Christmas. Welcome in. Good morning. Hope you had a good weekend. These are another one with the price of flipping high quality dusteroonies right now. I'm almost willing to gloss over those. Leatherworking schmocks. I've got huge amounts of these already. Okay, that's probably all I need to craft with leatherworking then. Get some of those made. What did I actually decide we were going to make? We were going to make like 16 of these. That said, can I make more since I've just gone and bought a whole bunch more Lotus? Can I just make 26 instead, please? Better. Oh, I might not have the other mats for 26 of these now. Oh, we'll see. Yeah, there's part of me that thinks I should probably start calculating and start actually flipping these, taking the cheap ones and distributing them elsewhere and whatever, but I can craft them at like 100% efficiency. I don't mind. An Americano to start the morning, closely followed by a nice latte. some in strong and then some in milky. Yes, yes. Wait, why did 3 of those create? Why the fuck did 3 of those get made at quality 4? How is that even fucking possible? Ah, this is going to be one of those visual UI glitches, isn't it? Where it says I've got more of something than I actually have because it believes they're in the warbank and they're actually not. Fuck's sake. They're expensive as all hell to craft at stupid low quality. Annoying. Okay, sure. Whatever. Why would I not have enough to make all of these? Oh, silverleaf thread again. Been happening to me as well. It's kind of annoying, that. Buy a few more. Was it these I was making? I think it is. Make a boatload of those. Oh, I haven't actually got room to make a boatload of those. Just make 40. And let's keep an eye on this then. Yeah, go. Yeah, I'm going to have to get into the habit then, clearly, of making sure I actually have all of the mats on hand. Or keep a very close eye on this log while it's crafting. That's really annoying. Is that craft sim showing the profit on the craft page? This under the... this here is auctioneer, I think. Craft sim is here on the side. For this sort of stuff, I don't pay any attention to what craft sim tells me. You can recraft them. Yeah, I think I might have to recraft them up. It's whether it's going to take a Lotus to recraft them. If it takes a Lotus to recraft them, then I'm just going to have to swallow the frustration on that one. I'm flipping watching these like a hawk now, so they don't do anything stupid. Yeah, that'll do. Does recrafting these... Yo, it takes 2 Nocturnal Lotus to recraft it. Fuck, no, we're just going to have to swallow the fact that they've been miscrafted. That's annoying. Luckily, it was only 3 of them at the end of the run. It's just a bit annoying. Oh well, you win some, you lose some. Better question is why are there not higher quality bags with even more slots and higher quality decor that you could add die slots to? Two very interesting questions. Regarding quality on bags, I think it's a good idea, but bags are actually kind of quite nice that they don't have quality. It often allows a way to hoover up all of the cheap materials. But decor having quality and then having die slots in is an interesting take. I'd be on board with something like that. Right, let's jump onto blacksmithing, seeing if we need to make anything on blacksmithing. I've already got some tools in my bags. I'll restock those. I've got a lot of spare materials now because I didn't actually craft as much as I intended to. How many lotus? Oh, I've got nearly 50 lotuses just lying about. That's expensive. We'll just resell them for more. All good. Right, check blacksmithing real quick. Didn't check patron orders. Flipping 2 lotus to recraft those herbalism bags. That's crazy. I think they could really do better to have recrafting be much, much, much cheaper. I think at the moment it's like 50% of the cost to recraft something, which I genuinely think is way too high. I guess it's kind of there to prevent people from like constantly recrafting it, maybe. But I guess they don't want people swapping missives out between pools, kind of thing. But I still, I think if you're going to go to that level of sweatiness, then it's kind of on you. But having it cost 50% as much to recraft doesn't really give you much leeway for like, whoops, I made a mistake, or, it's kind of a bit harsh 50%, I think. Can't be too cheap, otherwise it's cheaper just to craft trash item levels and then recraft them to max. Well, they've already got the system in, haven't they, that it remembers the base materials. So they kind of got a system in place for that. But I mean, if you're taking a max, if it already uses all high quality materials, recrafting it should then basically be free. A token, a modest amount of bonus materials on top, sure. But yeah, they don't want people flipping all rank 1 mats, producing something for a fraction of the price and then cheaply recrafting it, but... Then again, if it was like... I don't know. Yeah, you're probably right. I know there's a good reason for it, but it just feels a bit harsh. Like I said, it's not very flexible to when like an oops moment happens, which is kind of half the point of it, but... Right. Sunforged pickaxes. How many Sunforged pickaxes have I got? No, not Sunforged. Why are they Sunblessed? Sunblessed. Start at the bottom. Skinning knives. I've got a bunch of skinning knives already. Sickles. I've got some of them, but I'm probably going to need more. Pickaxes. I've only got 10. Definitely sold a whole bunch of these yesterday. I'm wondering if it's worth recrafting a bunch anyway. Probably worth recrafting a bunch anyway. Stock it up to a round number 30 or something. Be modest, it's not the weekend. We're going to need a bunch of claws. Claws are going down in value. Skinning knives, I've got 16, so I want 14 of those. 14 times 2 is 28. And 14 times 5 is a number that I can't do off the top of my head. 80? 70? Oh, I also need to remember... I've got a bunch of perception ones for the skinning knives. That's fine. Do I have any... Doesn't look like it. Have any of these things? Buy a bunch of those. They're relatively cheap. Sickles. Sickles. 18 sickles. Not 118. Yeah, 100 of those maybe. Pickaxes. How many pickaxes we got? Not many. Let's make like 20 pickaxes. Got enough gold for all of this? Hope so. Another 100 of these. Why not? Missive of... Do I want a 50-50 them? No, these are skinning things, so missive of finesse. Gathering stuff, even. I'd like a cheaper recraft option to bop the crafters to simply improve their own stuff when skill gets better. Yeah, I'm of the belief that as soon as you recraft something, it should be made bind on pickup anyway. I also kind of half think that anything that comes through the crafting order system should automatically be bind on pickup. That seems to me to be a pretty simple, pretty straightforward way to prevent shenanigans. Do I have any of these? I've probably got some of them on me. Just buy a bunch of them. Let's do those for now and then see where we get to. Changing the recraft cost depending on the mats that were used to craft it seems unnecessarily complicated. I mean, it's the only reason the only reason complexity is part of the system in the first place is to stop people doing shenanigans. This is the problem. The issue with the recrafting system is that there needs to be a touch of complexity. You could have it be you could have it be super duper mega simple, but it would have to then also be really expensive to do, which defeats the object of having it then, I think. Bit of a conundrum. What was I going to do? 14 of these. I need perception ones. Alright, let's hope these don't balls up. Let's keep an eye on these. I generally craft my own stuff using concentration of bad mats. I mean, it's a good way to do it. It does naturally screw you over, though, when you then want to recraft stuff. That's the kiss curse of that. Because if it's baked in with low quality materials, there's recrafting is going to be harsh. 12 of these. What do we want? Like 18? 18 with finesse enchants. Go. Tutorial, how we doing? Welcome in. Good morning. Yeah, basically 3 recrafts to switch out old to lower mats. Which is fine if the cost of high quality materials months down the line is a third of what they were at the beginning. But it does kind of force... yeah, it's just weird. The whole recraft system I've thought is just weird ever since it came in. Kind of get it, but it's... yeah. Pickaxes, we're doing finesse as well. How many of these was I going to do? Like 20 of these. Probably run out of mats shortly after that. Now, as far as craft sim is concerned, all of this is made as like maybe 80k. What stats preferred on a Blue Alchemist mixing rod? 99 times out of 100, it's going to be multi-craft. You're crafting potions or flasks, which is like basically alchemy. It's multi-craft. Right, that'll do for now. That's cost me like over 500,000. 500,000, 80 odd goal, 80%, 80k is what, like 20% margin ish, roughly. I'll make more than that, but 20% is about my baseline to where I'll even bother trying. Right, that'll do. That'll do. How much space we got in the wall bank still? 75 slots. I can cram it full with a few other things. Something fishy happening with profession treasures. With a character that I collected all of them on, treasures spawn in every bush on every other character that I need them. They refuse to spawn. There's a few people in the last... There's a few people who've kind of put a link between the two. There's a few people have put a link between the two, saying that when you need the treasures, they're not there, and when you don't need the treasures, they're all over the place. Now, there's probably some fancy bias name for that, but there is also a bit of a... yeah, I don't know. It just seems weird a lot of people have come to the same conclusion. Gift me Midnight Expansion or I'll go back to work. Off to work it is. Enjoy that. Have fun with that. Right. Don't ask, you don't get, though, I suppose. What are we doing on here? Scribbly Scribblies can make some quills or something. Make some quills. I can make some rolling... no, I can't do rolling pins yet, can I? No, I'm missing points to do rolling pins. Quills or mixing rods? Any cheeky points on offer? No, what? None? Hello? Oh, there is just genuinely... am I so caught up? There's no way that I'm that... what? Hello? I'm still 20 knowledge points in the hole for inscription. How is there not a flicker order when I'm still missing 20 knowledge points? Yes, hit you qualify for 20 flicker catch-up points. Oh, by the way, here's no catch-up orders. Okay. Same's happened for my scribe. Something with the patron orders is weird. I've had 0 flicker orders on some tunes for days in a row. You know what? I have a suspicion because when they turned around and they said we're going to give people double knowledge points for that week, and what that basically actually meant was that they are going to basically put catch up system on a week earlier. I think whatever they did to push catch up a week early has now reverted itself and it has now pushed itself back a week. So if you didn't claim the catch up points in the week where they said they were going to give you double, they're now hurting you for it this week. It's kind of like they've fucking spaghetti code, man. Oh, it's funny. Stuff's all over the place. This has genuinely been such a scuffed expansion launch for Professions. Shit's been all over the shop. It's funny because I don't care that much, but it's like, it's kind of wild how crazy it's been. I'm pretty sure the tracker shows weird numbers. My leatherworker shows being 14 points behind and has never missed a single point. Well, to my understanding, this just there's like a hidden quest. There's a hidden quest or something. There's an API call that pulls these numbers. This isn't any like add-on based calculations. So this is, to my understanding at least, this is literally the game just telling the add-on how many points you're allowed to get. But, you know, the left hand doesn't seem to know what the right hand is doing as far as the game's concerned. Not too different to how, you know, frequently my dun-dun runs tell me I'm getting 900 and then I only actually get given 600. It's like, oh, great, thanks. Thanks for that. Anyway, what were we doing? Quills. We need a whole bunch of quills. Me suspect that quills be in demand right now, considering they've tinkered with all of the everything. They ain't friggin' cheap though, are they? Do we want to do multi-craft or resourcefulness or 50-50s? We probably want to do 50-50s, don't we? To do some 50-50 action, we need 250 of each ink. Oh, do I want to make 50 of these? It cost me 1.5 million to make 50 quills. Quills are quite slow sellers for me. They're not hot sellers, so be careful. Well, I've sold enough of them so that there aren't. I've sold enough of them so that there aren't any in my bags, in my war bank still, which means I've absolutely definitely got space to put them places. The question is do I want to make 50 of the damn things? Let's go with 30 and then see how it goes. Let's go 150 of each. Then let's take a look at. We're going to need a couple of different missives on these, aren't we? Missive of multi. Some of them. 15 of those. Missive of Resourcefulness. Why are these jacked up in value all of a sudden? 15 of those. Then 30 of these puppies. Okay, that's quills. What about mixing rods? I think we might just go to town on mixing rods. Woof! That's a spicy meatball. Soul ciphers times 2, 100 of them. More of these. Shit's getting expensive. Right, yoink. That was the best part of 1,000,000 gold spent on those. Yummy. Resetting Lotus from 1,700 to 1,900 kind of hurt me more now. The herbal backpacks are expensive. 1,700 to 1,900. You reset Lotus for the sake of 200 gold? I wouldn't be doing any shenanigans with Lotus right now. I wouldn't be doing any shenanigans with Lotus right now. You got to remember, there was 10 days at the beginning of the expansion where there was sub 1,000 gold apiece. And people were squirreling them away left, right, and centre. You'd argue that those people have probably also been selling theirs again now, but like, 200 gold on a reset? No. You want to be doubling your money at least. Otherwise, you are just going to get stung. What did I say we were going to do? Like 30 quills? Quills, and we were going to split them up, weren't we? We were going to do some multi. Some resourcefulness. Right, don't screw me over, game. Do it properly. Not even 200 gold profit. Oh yeah, by the time you take your auction house cut into play as well, yeah, that's and plus starts this week, mythic raids. I mean, yeah, flipping stuff's been reset all over the shop right now. But my point is you are already paying a massive premium on them. By the time you're already paying a massive premium, the time to be doing resets and flipping stuff is kind of gone. Just be like incredibly careful with it. They're the resourcefulness ones. Let's make some multi-craft ones. Lotus to be 3k a piece soon. If you're confident, just seems hella risky to me. Risk seems incredibly high for a payout that doesn't seem that high. Mixing rods. We're just going all-time multi-craft on these, weren't we? All-time multi-craft. Go. Right, slam all of these in the guild. In the war bank, sorry. Slam all of these in the war bank. Then we'll have a quick 20-minute, half an hour redistribution of all of this. Because it doesn't sell if it's sat in our bags. Then we'll probably jump into doing some skinning. Actually try and make some gold. What's that? What's that we've spent this morning? 3 mil? I don't know. About 1 million. Yeah, it's probably about 3 mil I think we've spent. 2.5, 3 mil. Keeping an eye on these, making sure they don't craft at like stupid qualities. Oh, double resourcefulness procs on the codifieds. We'll have some of that. Those are the resource procs we're after. Nice. Right. I'm in the bank. Set up 70 enchanting tailors last week. Decided to switch them to enchanting jewel crafters now. So back to making plans. I'd be very careful chasing whatever's good. Because yeah. Just don't get too caught up in grass looking greener on the other side. Otherwise, you do literally spend all of your time setting stuff up and not really profiting from the adventure. I mean, I fundamentally never suggest anybody switch professions around, but, you know, for conk purposes, I can understand maybe why. I'm going to run out of warbank space here, aren't I? Take some stupid things out that aren't necessary. They can just get put on the auction house. I got an ice cold milk in the flipping bags. To continental takeouts. How did this sort of stuff end up in my warbank in the first place? Right, that is a nice fully restocked warbank of a good couple of mil worth of stuff. This item cannot be destroyed? Oh, for fuck's sake. It's in a bank then to be never seen again. Right, we got to get that lot in the auction house. Wait for that to log off. Need warbank access. You swap professions, you lose the stuff that's learned, but your knowledge points remains the same for if you return later. Yes. Yeah, knowledge points are permanent. Both gained and spent. Weird that PvP gear is selling very slow. Selling slow? I mean, the recipes are... There's probably not that many... I wouldn't imagine there's that many people crafting it. When it comes to who might be buying it, though, it's... I don't know. Wait, I've got 138,000 gold in my warbank. Is that it? Oh dear. Oh dear. I thought we were meant to be making gold here. Oof. Big oof. Well, we'll harvest some of the gold from yesterday's sales here. So we should get that warbank number back up into nice juicy numbers. Do you have a minimum liquid gold you won't go below? Nah. Nah, I'm not bothered. Can always make more. Plus, I kind of accidentally have a minimum based upon the fact that I have standardized amount of gold on all of my alts. So even if the warbank is quote unquote empty, I've still got about 20 million gold just like spread out across all of my characters, so it's fine. The gold in the warbank is for playing with. I bought recipes and crafted sets of gear from the start of Season 1. and only now I've just covered the price of crafting and the recipe. Okay. I mean, in today's markets, covering your costs is not to be taken for granted. Most people don't buy the PvP items first. They do crafting orders for the purple stuff. I've always had the belief that I don't really think that PvP gear is really being sold to people who are doing PvP anyway. I think it more frequently gets sold to people who freshly ding level 90 and want some reasonably high item level gear. The problem is the 220 item level BOEs that are dropping from everybody doing treasure running and stuff is significantly better value than a lot of the PvP crafted stuff right now. At like 50 item levels higher. So it's it unfortunately doesn't make the PvP gear look that attractive, this expansion, just for the purpose of, you know, item level bump. You ding like it's different because if you level via the campaign, for example, you probably ding max level at about 180 item level anyway. So that PvP gear, it doesn't do anything for you. Where it will probably be beneficial is people who get boosted through time walking, for example. When your character gets boosted very quickly through time walking to level up to 90, then you'll probably find people are dinging level, you know, people will ding level max level 90 and they'll have like 120 item level gear. They'll still have all of their 121 gear from farming the pre-patch event or something, you know. Then the 170 gear, if it's cheap enough, might kind of, you know, look sort of interesting, but you know, it's not a market I've looked into in too much detail.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Vibe coded an add-on to get all of the names from the public orders and to send a message to send me a private order. I would be very careful with that because that will get you silenced super fast if you're using any sorts of add-ons to mass send out messages to people. Clever, but be very careful. Ah, Kitty Cat with a gifted sub. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good morning. A bunch of my decor seems to have just expired. Ah, the wallbank number's already going up. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Wallband Miser's doing its job. But yeah, my goal for today is to get all of this stuff redistributed, which shouldn't take much more than 20 minutes, half an hour. Then I'm going to work. We were talking about this the other day when we were doing some skinning, whether I was going to level new teams of skinners to just have more skinners, or whether I was going to optimize the teams I've already set up. And I started optimizing some of the teams I've already set up, and it's well worth doing. So I'm going to be doing a little bit more of that today. It means we're going to have to level a bunch of. We're going to have to be farming some skinning knowledge points today. That's the main plan. there is just enough knowledge points on offer through skinning to get 80 out of 80 in the needed talents for Majestics. So assume the item level of the base crafting piece will stay the same. PvPers will just get blue and epic currency and use it to craft more item level PvP gear, but it makes them go bind on pickup. Yeah, you have to do them via orders. Only the green ones that can be crafted and stay bind on equip. Doggos are chilling, look. I'm enjoying the sun. Slight slither of sun that we've got today. One donut, one floof. New seasons bring new PvP recipes. No, they just change the heraldries, don't they? I think that's the whole point of it. It's the same recipe throughout. Ah, we're already over 500,000 in the war bank. Nice. All going to plan. I've taken a slight tactical decision with just how long it was taking me to restock 80 realms and how frequently I was needing to do it. I've taken a slightly tactical decision to take, well, not take, but to increase the amount of stock that I list on each realm, but reduce the amount of realms down to 20, at least temporarily. It's both a blessing and a curse situation. The rate in which I can sell this gear is really good, but the flip side of that is I have to spend 2 or 3 or 4 times as much time every day restocking everything, which gold's good. The gold is very good, but I just can't be bothered. it's the honest answer here. I just can't be bothered spending that much time restocking every day. Now, if I could do it as efficiently and as quickly with the guild bank, I would, but bit of a faff. Key is 1 account per day to avoid the burnout, kind of like concentration, same strategy. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So I thought increase the amount of stock I hold on each realm, so that I don't lose out too much on revenue or in turn profit, but it can be slightly more optimized. I tell you what, the correlation between doing this and flipping Shadowlands legendaries is really giving me the ick. Red flag, as the young'uns say. So many similarities to what's going on right now. do we think demand for diamonds kicks in this reset or the next one for the vault? You're asking me after you reset the diamond market? You should be telling me, my friend. You should be telling me. There was a post on Reddit about increasing the load times. Did some of the shit and it worked, like 40% improvement. Had to disable voice chat in parenting control though. Yeah, there are some things you can do to optimize. I mean, I already think I do a few bits and pieces. Keep your add-ons to an absolute bare minimum. Slam graphic settings down as low as you can possibly go. Like, you don't need to do too much more than that, really. If I could get away with having like absolutely bare naked zero add-on characters to do auction house stuff, I would. But unfortunately, some things like TSM are unfortunately mandatory. We would not be doing this anywhere near as efficiently without TSM, so that's a non-negotiable. The only other thing I contemplated doing a little bit of today is I've done absolutely nothing on my main character to pad a vault for this week. Which in week 1 of the season feels like a bit of a bad mojo moment to have basically completely 100% ignored the majority of the game. But there's always season 2 for gearing, right? Do add-ons and settings change how fast your auction house processes posts or cancels? No. No, that's pretty much entirely controlled server side. I did 1 tier 3 delve. I think you've already done higher delves than I've done. I think I've done 2 delves this entire expansion, and that was leveling one of my characters. I've literally done nothing. Absolutely nothing. To be fair, I do have 2 level 90s. But one of them was my main druid, which we leveled on literally the first day. Second is Manthe, my hunter, because I kind of felt stupid not having him leveled. That's it. But yeah, I don't even have my full warband buff even yet. Big slack. My second 90 was done with lumbering. That's clever. Clever. My third 90 will probably be yet another druid, and that will be my Herba Minor druid again, yeah, probably. This rate. I really would like to play, like, I want to play my paladin properly, but I have to level it to 90, and I genuinely can't be bothered. I can't be bothered leveling. I don't want... Leveling is really slow this expansion, and it really hurts. The 80 to 90, like, 80 to 90 is still, like, 45 minutes a level, which... Ugh. I mean... I just can't be doing that. I don't want to spend the best part of an entire day or 2 just leveling to 90 before I can start. Ugh. I will have to do it with lumber, won't I? My characters that don't have herbalism and mining, I'll just have to fly around and hit trees. There's a weird way to level in the Voidstorm, the event. Just tag the elites. Yeah, the elite. Yeah, the tagging the elites is actually quite a good way to do it. To be fair, that's not a terrible idea because whilst that event is kind of popular, it's worth taking advantage of it because there's a chance that that's one of those things that will like die a death after a couple of weeks. That said, though, there is probably going to be an opportunity at some point soon to power level a whole bunch of characters up to 90 if needed anyway. I'm sure the amount of gear, I'm sure a level 80 twink, an 80 twink has got to be, there's got to be options there. Like soon as I mean, there'll be something, won't there? There'll be some meta strat for me to level all of my characters really quickly. But at the moment, it's just not a very high priority. And to be fair, I probably don't need more distractions by having more level 90s that I want to do stuff on, I suppose. What's the easiest way to get all of your alts set up in a single guild? With one account, it's not very easy. If you've got two accounts, well, it depends where. Yeah, you just make one character the GM, and then you log the others on and invite them in. You're gonna need a handful of people to like sign the. Yeah, you got to make the guild first, obviously. You got to get people to sign the charter. Getting all your alts into it. Like I said, it's just busy work if you've got two accounts already, but with a single account, it's a little bit more to it. I'm waiting time walking for testing, but this time it's weird with twinks. There's got to have less main stat. Also on agi classes, you want high item level cloth gear. Wait, what? Got to have the least main stat as possible. High item. Okay, sure. You definitely know more about this than me. None of that made sense to me. I mean, twinking does often get pretty convoluted. It's all clever use of game mechanics, really, isn't it? The gold per hour on some of these bank characters is so funny. But they log on, they repost auctions, and then they log off. Means their per hourly rates start to get pretty silly. This character's up to 392,000 gold an hour. I wish every character could make that. Also helps that on most of them I don't buy anything. I just sell things. The gold per hour on my main characters though is going to be absolutely crazy low in the negatives. They buy all the materials as well. My 4 bonus accounts look as if they're really profitable right now. My main account though, on the other hand, is like, whew, spicy. Would be a nice clickbait video. I mean, if yeah, the YouTube thumbnails could be kind of ridiculous. I was getting into doing more YouTube stuff again with the launch of the expansion, or in the run up to the expansion. But the early negativity at the beginning of the expansion, with all of the flipping exploits and everybody desperate to make gold and people thinking the world was, the sky was falling, really killed my vibe to do much YouTube stuff, which is bad because I've fallen out of love with it again. Kachak even disabled comments on his videos. Not a good look. It was kind of wild though. I read, when I post a video on YouTube, I'll read the comments like within the first day on the video, maybe. Much after that, I'll be brutally honest, I tend not to read the YouTube comments all that much, because a lot of them do end up being like just wildly negative. And not even just like critical, just negative for the sake of being negative. Like, now, as a content creator, when you live online, you kind of have to get used to that a little bit. But yeah, YouTube comments is a relatively special place. Like I said, I've learned over the years to spot who are like, regular channel viewers. If you've commented a few times on a YouTube video before, I'll probably recognize. And I'll take the comment more seriously. But there's a lot of just wasteland of just toxicity in YouTube comments generally, which can definitely get to you. And of course, with Kachak not being streaming, his only form of sort of like direct engagement outside of the Discord with the goal making community is YouTube comments. So I can kind of get why it triggered him a bit. Spin up some feel good comment bots for you. If I wanted my ego padding for no apparent reason, I'd just chat to an AI bot. Most AI just completely glazes you if you give them the option. Get to raise a waifu hologram. Oh god. Wait. Pickaxes didn't list? People have got them posted at 10k and they've got perception on them, that's why. Humans always remember negative over positives. It's a real issue for YouTubers, even if most people enjoy it. No, I can categorically confirm that. Yeah, you can read 50, 100 nice comments on a video, and it'll be the one negative comment that will just like punch you in the back of the head for the rest of the day. We as humans are far more susceptible to negativity than we are positivity. Ultimately, it's a survival instinct, isn't it? If you really dig down into the to the depths of human psychology, it's a defense mechanism. Back when we were ugh living in a cave with spear, you know, it was being alert and paying significantly more attention to the bad things around you was what kept you alive. We're whilst we might have a lot of technology these days, we're still pretty we're still pretty monkey brain half the time. Right, we seem to have found a home for a good amount of these theories, which is nice. Would have liked to have found a home for a few more of them, but there's plenty more realms we can take them to if needs be. Reason to take negative reviews on hotels and stuff with some consideration. Happy people usually do not review. Also look at what they said. It was bad is just an opinion. And good morning. Welcome in, Adrestia. Good to see you. Hope you're well. Yes, filtering out what is an opinion based upon what is actually factual, useful information is also a skill. Blizzard themselves have even tried to come out and say this sort of stuff before. Like, if you're going to leave feedback on something, if you're going to say something is bad, at least tell us why it's bad, and don't just say this bad, me no likey likey. Like, you know, if you're going to provide some feedback, even if it's negative, it still can be good feedback if at least it's like surrounded by something that could be utilized to make it less so. Well, we had 0 free slots in the war bank. I've now got nearly 200 slots in the war bank, so we've definitely found a home for a lot of this stuff, which is good. Got a couple more, 4 more realms, but we're now starting to get into the high population realms where I kind of don't really plan to sell much or stock much because it's often very cheap. I've had the best experiences in hotels where people have left bad reviews. There is children in the breakfast area. We booked adults only. And the description clearly states that breakfast is served in the general zone and it's only lunch and dinner that are adult only. Yeah, this is it. This is it. An awful lot of you know, the where a lot of people are way past the theory of like the customer is always right. And it's the same with feedback these days. Just because you're able to write some words in a little box and click submit and it be public on a website doesn't mean other people should take the slightest bit of notice of what you have to say. Because some people's expectations are fucking ridiculous these days. Outrageous. And nearly 2 mil in the war bank now, which means this one account has had a pretty nice clean out since I last restocked. The only thing about this is I have no real easy way of tracking. I have no real easy way of tracking exactly what's selling and if it's super profitable or not, but this is why we focus on turnover, focus on volume. As soon as I start getting a sniff that the crafting costs are too high for this sort of stuff, I'll sack it in. But for now, it's all good. You feel that decor is selling a bit less? It's very difficult for me to put any numbers on it because one, I have not really been focused on decor all that much since the expansion launched. So I would very naturally also expect my decor sales to have decreased. I'm posting decor for 48 hours and just not touching it. Is basically my approach now. It's just rolled in with everything else that just gets listed. It's not getting any special treatment. Secondly, I'm also not buying any decor or not trying to buy any decor at the moment to flip. Meaning my inventory is probably very small for decor right now. So I don't know. I would imagine it's probably not, super duper mega boom at the moment. Since the people, I think there's probably a lot of truth in that the people that really cared about decor pre-ordered and have already had their fill. The people who didn't pre-order and have jumped into Midnight probably are more interested in playing the game of Midnight and will get to decor eventually in their own time. Because if it was the main thing, they'd have probably pre-ordered, New decor sells decently if you're crafting it, but prices are still too high for the masses. Yeah, with the amount of midnight materials that go into it, the prices are pretty ludicrous, aren't they? Which will be an off-put to a lot of people. This is one of the, we all understand, or many of us understand at least, how an expansion launch kind of tends to look. That it's a couple of months of just like crazy chaos. And then once everything starts to settle down and we start thinking about season 2, then that's where you start to look for what are going to be the markets that are going to be consistent throughout the rest of the expansion. Throughout the War Within, people started looking at setting up concentration alts left, right, and center. That felt like the thing that was going to be pretty consistent throughout. I'm of the opinion that concentration won't be anywhere near as lucrative this time round, long term. It's, doing all right now, but it won't be very lucrative long term. But I think what will probably replace it will be setting up, a bit of an IKEA type furniture decor store, which you can just chip away at adding stock to, and then just once a day, twice a day, once every 48 hours, relist your decor items and, get a nice trickle feed of sales throughout the rest of the expansion. Farming lumber and making decor and building your house is more of it's deliberately focused to be sort of like, it's keep you busy content, isn't it? It's designed to not be the main attraction, but designed to keep you subscribed during, off-season. It'll be, it'll be main content. Most people think about that with professions, right? Most people look at professions and are like, oh, I'll do the professions later, right? That's where players like players like a lot of us take advantage. This is why you can make stupid money at the beginning of the expansion, because most people don't want to do it. Decor sort of has a similar vibe to it, I think. Moment I've kind of lost all interest in proper goal making. I'm more focused on becoming actually the best healer in the EU and not just saying it. Oh, well, fair play. Healers are having a bit of a rough time at the moment, aren't they? Half of you have lost your interrupts and half of you have lost half your damage abilities, and I don't know, from what I've seen from afar, healers are having a bit of a rough time. I already feel sorry for that wave of late crafters that will realise that abundance is going to be setting them weeks behind from the get-go. Yeah, it's going to be something that people will be like, wait, hang on, it's going to take me how long to get my epic tools? Yeah. Yeah, that will be a thing, I think. You see this a lot with people who are very heavy into farming generally. That they tend to do a few weeks of like aggressive farming and then they transition into the professions. This time round though, yeah, it's going to be like, oh, you mean I should have been doing my abundance for the last 4 weeks to even get one of my epic tools? Oh shit. All right. Yeah, that'll sting a little bit, I'm sure. Right, that's all the realms. This one account, we're now back up to 2.3 mil, so we've covered the cost of that recraft just in what we sold yesterday. Of course, we never sell all of our stock in one go, so means we're what we're currently sat on inventory wise has had its cost almost covered, which is nice. Log you out. Oh, half of my accounts have been disconnected. Can we quickly log them back on, or am I going to have to close them and open them again? Oh, no, we might be fine. Doing abundance 8 times each week on multiple tunes is worse than Chorgast. Yeah, my main crafters, it's been a real slog to do the abundance, I'm not going to lie. A real slog. Yeah, I don't know what to say about it. Shaman healing's feeling pretty solid. I feel a bit back to Kata, but last night in normal raids I managed to out-heal a druid, paladin, and a monk healer, and some pulls quite a bit. We all have similar item levels. I saw something from Max who was stating that like when it comes to healers, it's kind of a bit broken right now because there are some healers that just do significantly more damage. And in a raid environment, if healing numbers are equal, you're going to take the healer that can also both heal and do more damage because raid damage equals win. And that itself is like signing out a whole bunch of healing classes just because they don't do enough damage, which is weird. So even if the healing numbers are kind of relatively balanced, it's now of course he's talking from an absolute, from the top of the mountain perspective, but it's I can see the problem there. Right, let's get Muthius logged on. See what we need to do from a skinning perspective. I'm going to take a quick. Ads are starting in 2 minutes anyway. I'm going to take a quick break for 2 minutes, boys and girls. Stretch my legs, quick bathroom break, and then we're going to do a bit of skinning for a little bit. Back in 2. Okie dokie. Dumped all my majestic hides, 6 to 7k purchase price, 40. Oh, kick the dog. Sorry, Solar. 14 to 16k exit price, made about 2 mil. Nice. Good effort, man. Good effort. I need to haul my ass over to... Where do I need to haul my ass over to? The Void Storm. I've only got, so far, 2 teams, like, properly set up. But that's 8 characters properly set up to do skinning. But those are rookie numbers. We need to get a few more of them up and running. Just crawl my way over to the Void Storm. Minute. We might as well kill the beasties we can kill first. And then work on optimizing some more of the teams. Down here somewhere. I can never remember exactly where it is. Head for this shiny ball. Void Storm feels like the best place to do it. The lures are super cheap. Yes. The lures are cheap for now. Weirdly, they seem to use rare fish, which seems to be a win because for some odd reason, rare fish seem to drop more regularly than non-rare fish. It's kind of crazy as that sounds. Well, to be honest, who knows what the cause is, but I do wonder. Like Eversong Woods, Zulaman, for example, are the 2 easy to access. They're the 2 easy to access majestic beasts. So they've had their lure price pretty high for quite a while. Where is everybody? Everybody's here. Wait, why can't I place this? Going on. What's going on? Where's me little debuff saying that I'm scared and need to... Where's me debuff gone? Hello? Why for you say I cannot use that here? Why for you say? Where's me debuff? Hello? Am I using the right lure? Oh! Oh! Hang on. Majestic Voidstorm lure. I've made the wrong fucking lures, haven't I? Please hold. No wonder it don't work. No wonder it don't work. Donuts. Wait. Wait. Why don't I have the Grand Beast lure recipe? Oh! Haha! I'd never actually set this dude up properly, apparently. Whoops. That'll be why. How did I kill this dude yet? Sure, whatever. Run beast lure. Void fish. Where's me craft button gone? Hello, game? You deliberately trying to screw with me today, game? Right, go. Dual crafting respec's going well. First 7 paid for the gear. All 70. The rest is pure profit. Nice. Good effort. Good effort. You see in Discord that the spell threads can proc a 5x multicraft. Yeah, multicraft is off the charts this expansion because you've got the multicraft nodes not only increasing the chance for it to happen, but also doubling the potency when it does. So the default multicraft by default can proc up to 2.5 times the normal amount. That's an average. But that average can go as high as 5 times the amount. So this sometimes means, yes, you can get some absolutely wild multicraft procs if you're lucky. I still don't see the debuff, though. Where's my debuff gone? Is it going to be going weird now because I've only just learnt it as well? Think your character should shoot fireworks or something when it happens? Probably, yeah. That'd be kind of cool. Oh, there we go. Now we got the debuff for some reason. Game's being weird. These dudes over here too. This is a spot that works. They can live in a spot that works. No, pet. You stupid pet. Stealing my flipping. Come here, fellas. Right, nothing but maximum procs now, game. Got a claw. Never lucky. 2 claws. A claw and a hide. A claw. Log off. This is a never lucky dude. This was the never lucky dude. 2 claws. I'll have all of the other guff. I'm actually not going to skin this dude yet, and I'll explain why in a minute. Let's get the next dudes in. Oh, did I not tell you to log off? Oh, somebody's already killing it here. It's alright, the lure doesn't cost anything. I bet have I made the same mistake on this as well? No Grand Beast lures, no, we're good. Oh, these login times really need to sort themselves out though. Right, we go again. Where is he? Reduce resolution, loading times improved significantly, no idea why. Less pixels, less data. My account's run in windowed mode anyway, so the resolution's dynamic based upon the size of the window. Right, big loots. Big loots, please. Massive loots. Claw. Massive loots. Hide claw. Massive loots. Nothing but the biggest loots. I want like quad hides. Never lucky. Once they've traded, they log off. Massive loots. Claw. Fail. Okay. That was not cash monies today. Win some, you lose some. 2 hides, 7 claws. Flipping hell. No fins. No fins. Fact is that the chest enchant means every season people want a new chest enchant. People don't normally craft or recraft the chests. Yeah, because it clashes with tier, doesn't it? Which also sort of means people might want it twice. Right, we need to kill the putty cat on all the other teams. And then once we've killed the putty cat on all the other teams, then we can min-max the team a little bit more. It's gonna be I was gonna fly down there. It's gonna be quicker for me to zoom fly down there, isn't it? Where's me? Oh. Yeah, people selling heroic raid boosts already. That's kind of wild, you know. Could also kill the other Void Storm Beast. Yeah, I don't really want to be moving the characters around. I want them standing at a rare, spawn it, kill it, log out, trade any goodies. Shipping them about all the time is just a faff. I mean, I've got the macros and stuff all set up already, but I kind of just don't want to. Blizzard have confirmed that people getting repeat loot are impacted by a bug. Saw loads of posts on Reddit. People getting like 7 cloaks in a row. The game's frazzled. Like, genuinely speaking, like the amount of bugs that has, the amount of weird shit that's gone on this expansion. Now it could just be recency bias, but like it feels so much so that just humongous amounts of stuff has just gone wrong. Like, genuinely, it feels like everything's falling apart. The threads are unraveling. Do I have any stinky brights? Where's me stinky brights gone? Ah, I keep selling me stinky brights. Accidentally selling me stinky bright potions. What's the name of that toy again that somebody told me to use the other day? I think Drizzling Rose told me to use it. Does the same. Mate of mine has literally had 13 cloaks. That's wild. Moving too fast, breaking too much, not QAing it or doing bug fix passes. I mean, wherever you want to lay blame, it's overall it's just poor, isn't it? Like, there's no alternative way to describe it other than it's just a bit of a poor showing. Right, like a shitload of stuff already on the map here. Grab the bear. Don't know if it's more, but things have certainly taken longer to get fixed. Bugs at least have been hot fixed if it's bad enough, but in the past it's now like every other weekly reset. I mean, it's just a poor look when everything is like clearly broken. The issue is at the beginning of the expansion, far more people are paying attention to this sort of stuff, which is why it's, you know, it feels more prominent. You know, people are checking patch notes literally daily, and you know, it makes it all feel worse than it probably actually is. But you know, the look of it is still not great. Right, I wasn't paying any attention there to see if we actually got anything good. No, you log out. No, you log out. Wow. You log out. We're not going 4 for 4 with no Majestics. 4 for 4 with no Majestics. Oh, dead game. Fraudulent. I think every expansion has its bugs, to be honest. I remember in Dragonflight, couldn't raid for a week because group just disbanded automatically. Oh dear. The auction house bug in the War Within took a week to fix. Credit where credit's due. The auction house has been rock solid this expansion. Even in the height of like you know, height of peak hours. There was these, I think, are some of the knock-on effects to, you know, that weird thing where realm-specific items basically get delivered to you almost instantly, but region-wide sold items, so commodities and materials and such, appear to like basically disappear into the nether. They don't. They will come to your inbox eventually, but it seems to be a little bit more flexible exactly when they come to your inbox now. Whatever that did behind the scenes has clearly made it taken an awful lot of load off the auction house from somewhere. Which goes to show it's fucking hysterical to me when it's hysterical when you think that flipping the amount of blame things like Trade School Master gets for crunching the auction house, and it's got nothing to do with add-ons. Like, nothing whatsoever to do with the add-ons. Oh, all of those cancel scanners are slowing down the auction house for everybody else. No, it's whatever humongous, ridiculous bank-level databases and systems they have running behind the scenes just weren't working, clearly. Imagine how smooth it could have been if they hadn't been so bothered trying to destroy the add-on community. I've always shared my opinion that the whole add-on thing seems a little bit backwards to me. Never lucky. Claw. Might as well have the other stuff as well. Never lucky. Never lucky. Jesus. The fact that the lure's so flipping expensive for the like killing the cat. Cat doesn't dish out flipping anything. Although to be fair, if I had more knowledge points, it probably would. PV is much better without weak auras. I can tell the difference in the time things take to hit me. Like 2 seconds more for each spell. I don't know if you've watched any of the Race to World First, though. You wouldn't know that weak auras is gone. If you look at the UI of literally any of the players, there's still fucking things flashing and blinking, and like you wouldn't think weak auras is gone. It's just instead of weak auras, they're now running 12 different add-ons to replicate the same thing. And weirdly, it will probably come down to like the top guild. Like I bet Liquid and Echo, for example, will be fighting against each other to like custom make add-ons and stuff like that, and it might even come more down to that sort of stuff. I don't know. It doesn't seem to, from the outside looking in perspective, it doesn't seem to have made a blind bit of difference whatsoever. Pissing in the wind has never been a more relevant term. It feels that way, genuinely. All of this flipping shenanigans for what has seemingly resulted in no real gain does feel very weird. Since they've been able to design stuff without weak auras in mind, it might have a better long tail. You know, it's still early, isn't it? You know, this couldn't. We might not even see the changes that dramatically because there is a very strong chance that the encounter design or this set of raids probably hasn't fully utilized the fact that weak auras doesn't exist. Because of course you have to kind of remember that Blizzard works multiple patches ahead of itself in order to get shit done. Which probably means when a lot of this current patch's stuff was first sort of like conceived, they might not have been doing it so much with the mindset of that there won't be weak auras and we can, you know, don't know. I don't know. Or like, you know, like I said, from the outsider's perspective, it doesn't look like a blind bit of difference has changed. Blizzard even had to tell Liquid to stop using one of the add-ons that they made themselves. I was going to say, that's literally just what'll happen. The same guys that were just weak aura wizards will just make new add-ons for them anyway. But without a standardized platform for it to sit all on, it'll just be all custom ad hoc stuff. Three-second move or you're dead. Charge is now 5 seconds. That's a big difference. If you get more time to be able to naturally react to stuff, yes, that's definitely a thing. But you know, we've had add-ons like Deadly Boss mods, for example, literally forever, which is another one of those things that like it's not weak aura, like it's not strictly weak auras, but you know, having Deadly Boss mods scream at you, don't stand in the fire, and so you move. You know, it's not strictly that sort of game design hasn't really got that much to do with add-ons. Oh no, I'm out of lures. Schoolboy error. Flipping expensive, aren't they? Yeah, of course they are. Double expensive, the fact that I'm probably not going to kill this, that I hopefully won't actually use all of it. We complain about the negative YouTube comments and now we're just drowning for half an hour in complaints and self-misery. I see. Why all the focus on things negative? I'm just chatting with what's going on. Why do you have 4 other screens at the bottom? They're my other accounts. They're all separate accounts. They're just neatly arranged so that they can be seen. Let Ranthius out of the cage for some exercise on a Monday morning. Adam Wise as an experiment for Blizzard themselves. I mean, for sure. You can't sort of can't expect the transition of something like that to be like perfect. Okay, we've got a hide and a claw at least. I spotted those. Oh, not in this round. You're never lucky. You log out. You got the hide and the claw. Oh, not you either. Who got the hide and the claw? There's the claw. You must have got the hide. There we go. There's the cash money. Decided to go make money at midnight, went with alchemy, now praying for a 10% profit margin per 100 crafts. Alchemy's a challenge. Alchemy's always really competitive, but if you can find an edge with it, it prints. It's a big money maker when it works well. Forgot to log this one off. Whoops. You got to do alchemy at like humongous scale as well. You're never going to cover the cost of leveling the profession if you only make like 100 potions or flasks or something. You need to be doing crafts like in the thousands, if not tens of thousands, really, for it to pay itself back. But on a reset day, you can genuinely sell that much and some. Usually. I think if I want to stock up my flasks for next reset, risk of being stuck with a lot of stock. Oh, you'll never be stuck with stock with alchemy. Trust me. There's never a risk of not selling it. It's more about timing with alchemy. It's selling it at the point where everybody's buying it, and preferably shortly after somebody's just reset the market. Then you can win big. That's the cash cow situation. It's yeah, timing is almost as important as anything else with alchemy. Oh, this dude's at. Oh, I tell you what, I'm gonna have a whole bunch of characters that are out of lures today, aren't I? They're all happening at the same time. I deliberately only crafted a few of these in one go, just because, well, to be real, they're 20k for 10 lures. They're touch expensive. I'd go into 30k next reset. I don't know. It's 50-50. Like, it's genuinely 50-50, I think, on hides. A, yes. Lots of people need them. But B, I've been selling an outrageous amount of skinning tools. Like, there's a good indication that there's a lot of skinners being spun out right now. So it's, it depends which one of those wins the race. Does demand outstrip supply, or does supply outstrip demand? Who knows? The only thing you can categorically rely on is that goblins will still do goblin things, and there'll be a point where somebody resets the market and tries to buy them out and does crazy things. You can always rely on somebody doing that, especially with region-wide markets now. Regardless of what the supply and demand has to say about it, there will be a point somewhere where somebody resets them to 25, 30k. It might not last very long, but right place, right time. You can always capitalize on that. I've said for years, the best way to take advantage of market resets is to trick somebody else into doing it for you. You just hang around on reset day and watch markets and just wait for the one that gets reset and then sell your stuff. You're good. Yeah, there's another hide on that character. So you got nothing, you log out. You got nothing, you log out. You got the hide. You log out, and you just got a knowledge point. Have you checked out the Majestic Beast Tracker add-on? It's amazing for managing renowned beast skinners, lures, and tracking the gold made. I haven't, and it never even crossed my mind to look for one, if I'm honest. I don't give it too much focus. Hang on. All my screens are going crazy. Lost a screen. Where did it go? Where did you go? Not meant to be there. You're meant to be over there. Ah, convenient long boy. I'm a Worgen. Do you have a video for skinning? May set up some alts too. I don't. It's as simple as 80 points in skinning. There's probably the reason I have it is there's probably 5,000 videos out there. 40 points in talented tracker, 40 points in majestic materials. Then go kill the beasts every day that are on your handy notes map anyway. About all there is to it. There's obviously a little bit more in terms of optimizations for sure, but you got a claw. You got nothing. You got a hide. Love to see it. You got nothing. I forgot to put points in resourcefulness on my prospector. Got the purple tool, so next reset. Ching, ching, ching. Hopefully. Prospecting's a real good just utility spec to have. Like, ultimately, gems don't exist without prospectors prospecting ore. So there's no reason that it can't ever be profitable. Or should I at least say it is always useful? There might not necessarily you might not make profit with it from a day trading perspective, but there's absolutely, I mean, it has to exist. Prospecting plays a huge part. Gems don't exist without it, so. But yeah, making sure that your toolbox is as well equipped as somebody else's is important. Oh, Somebody placed it down already. Oh, well. I have 2. I don't know which one of these is mine. We'll skin them both. Won't matter. I think it only counts on the first one you skin anyway. You certainly can't summon it multiple times yourself, so... Grab the other bonus ones, why not? Drag everybody back to their bush. What did you get? Oh, no, don't send that. Nothing. Knowledge point. The hide. Yo, another hide. Yes, please. What's that we're up to now then? 7 hides, 14 fangs so far. A lot of people went bonkers on the goal making and forgot it's a game. Yeah, well, to some of us it is the game for sure. We'll say it's a Shadowlands Millionaire. I hate the centralized auction house. It doesn't feel the same. It definitely makes the landscape considerably more competitive. It still feels just as good to the people who are absolutely running the show. That's the thing, right? It just means that, you know, instead of everybody playing in their own Sunday league, competing against a handful of other people, everybody's now playing in the Premier League, and unfortunately, there is still only a similar amount of people that win. The region-wide auction house has made anything mass craftable super competitive, but there's always that caveat, isn't it? That if you can find an angle, you can genuinely find an angle, it can just print gold. But those angles are very hard to obtain. You got to be thinking outside the box. You got to be doing something a little bit extracurricular. Just following an add-on or following a YouTube guide or something, you might find it difficult to rise to the top. But the gold is crazy if you can. Absolutely bonkers. Ah, it's you as well. Why not? In for a penny. Can you please flip the Arcana with bolt market? No thanks. No thanks. I tend to pretty aggressively steer clear of flipping markets, if I'm honest. The moat quantity has started to rapidly decline. Insert hold meme. I've not paid much attention to it over the last few days. I would definitely start to expect to see a good few 100,000 motes go missing every day, though. With all of the crafting that's probably happening right now. Just a night's worth of raiding is going to consume just an absolutely metric ton of the damn things. Right, any goodies? Any goodies? Oh, double! Double wambo combo. Wambo combo. Yoink. Never lucky. Never lucky. Knowledge point. Did you go deep on decor gold? Yep. Yep. Decor was printing for a while. Find a niche and then don't share it on Reddit. It's yeah, it's quite a challenge to find that niche. And the thing is that markets change like pretty frequently as well. But one thing I've very much learned now is that anything that goes anywhere near the region-wide auction house is basically guaranteed to never be more than 10% profit. Because the second it goes above 10% margins, you can bet your ass like 15 people are going to spot it on a spreadsheet or on an add-on or something, and will get mass crafting, and by the end of the day, that 10% margin will be more like minus 10%. And the markets just fluctuate by about 20% all day, every day. And you just got to be on the right side of the wave, basically. Both in terms of materials and also in terms of finished crafts. You can be on the right side of it, though. Very, very good. It's just a lot of hard work. More than what most people are willing to do. Let's go grab you real quick. You're a high-value beastie. Grab the high-value one. Grab Gloom Claw. Was making a lot of gold on Wednesday early on, focusing on rank 3 irises. High quality, I guess you mean. That I could guarantee then 20 people found out about it, crashed the market. Well, this will be it. Like, I always try and be very careful with how I phrase this, because I'm not like trying to discredit anybody's effort or anything here, but like, we've stepped into midnight with absolutely incredible tools to play with. Right, we've had top tier add-ons, spreadsheets, guides, documents, like everything that you could possibly wish for. We've gone into the expansion with it all already. Like, of the last few expansions where we've seen Dragonflight, where absolutely everything was brand new. And so everybody was learning from, nothing had... We went into Dragonflight with basically nothing. We went into the War Within with a little bit more of understanding of the base concept of professions, but we didn't really know how patron orders and concentration was, like, going to weave its way in. We saw inspiration being removed, so there was quite a difference between Dragonflight and, it looks the same from the outside, but Dragonflight and the War Within ended up being quite different. But now going into Midnight, when not much has been added, but in fact a lot of stuff has been simplified, plus all of the tools that we've got available to us, It has, yeah, definitely made the landscape very, very different. Very different. And hence why it's now even more important to think outside the box and try and focus on doing the things that other players are not doing, to try and find that angle, to maybe focus on getting your materials at the best possible price, be a little bit more clever about how you list things on the auction house to maximize the profit on the other side. There's lots of things you got to look at doing now. Right, was that? Oh, we've got one more team. One more team. Then we can have a bit of a head count on materials we've made so far. Buy low, set your price on TSM. When it goes green, sell it. Basically. Yeah. You can still run by a very simple set of rules with crafting. You know, craft, you know, a small selection of stuff. Calculate what your crafting cost is. And then set your minimum price to 20% above that. And like Tulok says, you know, only post it either at that 20% profit price and no less, or don't post it at all until the market gets there naturally. The issue is like things like crafting costs are a lot more skewed and hidden behind maths. I mean, they have been for a few expansions now, so people should be kind of used to it, but people don't like maths. That's clear as day. It's fine to not like maths, but it's kind of hard to ignore it with crafting these days. If you don't like maths, please allow me to introduce you to herbalism and mining, where there is zero maths. Best goal making method is still goal shire in. If you know, you know. If you know, you shouldn't know. Stop wasting your money in the goal shire in. Yeah, I think we got 2 hides off that last team. That'll do. Right, nothing. Log you out. You. Any other goodies? You out. Nothing. And a hide. Beautiful. Log you out. So, today's haul equated to 10 hides, 16 majestic claws. The price sensible enough for me to post them right now? Yeah. Yeah. Let's go like 16k. Who loves round? It's Monday, innit? They're not going to go for as much on a Monday. They won't go for as much on a Monday. We'll go for 15k. 150k in it. And the claws, we just get what we get for them these days. The irony is the amount of... I've purchased over 800 of these majestic claws in not too long a period of a time. I've literally bought like 10% of the region supply of these. Or whatever. Oh, I've got a whole bunch of BOEs on the auction house as well. Okay. Well, let's just do that. Post the other bits and pieces. The leather, the fur, and whatever else. Can you kill the beast at level 80, or do you need to have the party leader at level 90? There's no level... There's only one of the majestic beasts that you need to be 90 for. And you don't technically need to be 90. It's just it is a level 90 elite that you need to kill. So you need to be, you know, either a tank or pretty well geared. Right. Slam that on the auction house. Let's put Muthius to work on his next task, which is actually to get another one of our teams better equipped. I had to get my spreadsheet on point today. Still better than anything that TSM can provide. Yeah, a lot of people... it's almost impossible. I wouldn't say it is impossible, but it's almost impossible to do any form of serious mass crafting without some sort of, maybe not necessarily fully fledged spreadsheet, but at least you need to be able to track what you bought things for, how, you know, what was your crafting cost per unit after crafting, to then know what your absolute minimum list price can be in the auction house. Now, tracking some of that is almost mandatory, even if you just do it sort of, you know, as you go. Okay, I spend 100,000 gold on materials. Now I go out and craft. Right, now when I take those things to the auction house, I need to list them so the total is at least 120,000, you know? And then that's the point that you post them, and you leave them at that point, and you repost them at that point until they sell. And if they don't sell, well, then, you know, paid too much for your mats. Try again. Or don't try again. My alchemist in Dornagal doing 30,000 crafts right now. Time to play another game on the side. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Right, let's see what we need to do to get these guys up to speed. For starters, they're only 66 out of 100 by the looks of things. In terms of knowledge point, like profession skill. They need to do the weekly quest, because that's 3 easy points. They need to do the weekly quest. They then need to do some weekly skinning. Weekly quest will unlock the Manafuge samples. Then we have to farm out all of these. And it's then up to me to decide whether we push... Considering it's already Monday, do we push... I mean, I can do an abundance run with them all. I can do an abundance run with them all. That's 10 easy knowledge points. I basically need every knowledge point on this list here in order to get them where they need to be. What can occur, though, what can happen is that we just wait until reset to, like, finish them. Unironically, I'm tempted to go do an abundance run on a bunch of them. I actually need to change their UI around a little bit. Oh, that's not how it's meant to be. Moat scarcity is hitting the auction house. I have no idea. I've not looked. A moat's starting to run dry. Are people squirreling them away? I wouldn't necessarily say scarcity is kicking in quite yet, but 500,000 of each of them is still a lot less than what we've seen recently. But yeah, primal energy ones are like 7 gold a piece already. I genuinely think that a single night's worth of raiding will take a few hundred of each moat out of the game entirely. I mean, I've not done any maths to back this up, but when you look at how many moats go into potions and enchants and gems and all of the commodities, and you've got to remember that the demand is quite front loaded as also all of the crafters stock up. Yeah, it'll get there. It'll get there. Markets will get there. Do these guys have correct hearthstones? Yes, they do. Good. I'm 8 mil deep into moats because I'm a gambler. 8 mil deep into moats. Flipping hell. You killing all the majestic beasts or just focusing on one? Due to the fact that I'm killing it like with 5 accounts at the time, I just focus on one. I can't be bothered to move all the characters about. Is the honest answer. Where's the skinning weekly? What is the skinning weekly this week? 20 void tempered leather. Well, that's going to be easy enough. Stopped gambling after losing 5 mil on tinderboxes in the war within. It's only gambling if you don't really know what you're doing. Love that the guild is arbitrage. I wonder what your play is. Yeah. Well, this I have. There's the community guild, which is no refunds. And then my guild that I use for doing cross realm flipping and stuff. It's called Monthly Arbitrage Limited. Yeah. Yeah, you weren't the only person that lost gold on tinderboxes, though. The most of the times your investments will probably work out fine. The only time they go, the only time they either go horribly wrong is if you either did it because some YouTuber told you to do it, or Blizzard steps in and changes something. If you've at least done some due diligence on the situation, you generally are not going to do too badly. But yeah, when Blizzard comes along and just like instantly adds a vendor to exchange something, then you get problems on your hands real fast. Got a map on my first tier 8 delve on my main. Used the map on my second tier 8. Got strong haste min mastery ring 259 heroic. I'm alright with it. Was hoping for a sword or shield. Hey, loot's loot. Loot is loot. Go get it. Bought 5 mil of tinderboxes, then the next day they hotfixed tinderboxes to drop like water in delves. Ah, well, I'm going to let you into a little secret. If you bought tinderboxes the day before the hotfix, you were already being suckered by... You were being suckered by the hype, unfortunately, I feel. Because by that point, they were still 15k a piece. The time to have bought tinderboxes and the time to have done that investment was the week before the season started, where you could get them at about 5 or 6k a piece. And you sold them all at 14 before the hotfix came in, but you bought the peak. That's where the problem is on that one. Thing with moats, go out and farm herbs and ore for an hour. You loot tons of the damn things. I can't see them going high price ever. We'll see. You have about 200k. You can instantly max out any single enchant with current knowledge points. Yeah, you can. Assuming that means assuming you can make that 200k back off crafting and selling that enchant quick time. Can. My favorite gold tips tend not to start with spend 200,000 gold. But I know what you mean. Right, what am I doing here? We need to just go and stand in my favorite little spot now. We need to stand in my favorite little spot. And I need to do some skinning for a while. Oh, wait, hang on. I got the wrong flying on. Where's me flying button? All following? Everybody's following. How many skinning teams did you decide to focus on in the end? I went with the theory of optimize the ones I've got. So it'll be 10 teams of 4. Eventually. I've only got 2 of the teams properly optimized. It does actually take me a little while to get them all optimized, because they need to basically claim every single knowledge point in existence right now. It'll be a bit easier in a few weeks, because you'll be able to just do it mostly by catch-up points. But of course, in a few weeks, the landscape might look very different. But yeah, it will probably end up being 10 teams that are optimized. I'll see what I do with the rest of the tunes. Bet the leatherworkers are complaining about the crafting the imbued hides. I doubt the people who are actually crafting the imbued hides are that bothered. It does make the normal quality price of those things look horrendous, though. The fact that, like, 80-90% of the cost of those things, in fact, probably more than 90% of the cost of those things, is basically the price of the hide. I imagine most gatherers are avoiding the extra motes from the special mechanics. Probably. I mean, from a gathering perspective, it's the right thing to do as well, though. I just kind of gotta be clear about that with the current prices as moats are right now, the sensible choice is to flat out ignore them. Right? Spending extra time killing mobs to get a few extra moats isn't worth. Hitting nodes that give you extra if it takes you more time isn't worth. Right? The correct way to do it is to ignore them right now. Because time is money when you're farming. Spending more time to get something that's currently worth basically nothing is counterproductive. That said, the consumption rate of moats, I can't help but feel the consumption rate of moats is so high compared to what it is of herbs and ore that, you know, things might change. You're right, I started slow and today ended up buying 2,756 Nocturnal Lotus. Oh, that's like flipping... That's half the region supply, if not more, surely. Specking into the mining one for the rock mobs that spawn in Zulaman are dropping insane amounts of ore. Yeah, some of them are, some of them have, you know, dual purpose right now. They're going to change Lotus soon. You think? They've never touched it before. We had null stones at 5k a pop. Nobody batted an eyelid. In the War Within, I think there was, I don't know if it was an exploit, but there was definitely significant supply of Lotus in the War Within from a source not so natural. It's there clearly doesn't seem to be much of any of that shenanigans going on. Although you're mulching. There is a bit of a cheeky alt army herbalism mulching farm Lotus build. You just basically log in each character on the hour every hour. Loot a guaranteed Lotus every time. That I know is semi-public information. I just haven't seen it being given quite as much focus. You can get a finesse proc on the ore node itself and then 1 to 2 more on the mobs that you kill. Yeah, stacking finesse is definitely the play right now with mining by the looks of things. And I don't think that's going to change. Dazzling Thorium is not the only source of good quality gem cuts, so its demand will never really be humongous, I don't think. One thing I haven't thought about doing is actually tracking how much gold I make just by flipping doing all of this skinning in the first place. Probably not humongous amounts because I'm not super well kitted up for like regular skinning. I'm more built well, entirely built for perception. Oh no, run out of mobs. Run out of mobs. Let's try this then. Pull everybody into Draenor. Let everybody free again. Bit of a problem on my hands here. I seem to have 4 toons all sat on the same shard. It's going to make this not very optimal. Might have to haul these characters about instead. Oh, I was really hoping to not have to do this the proper way. I was really hoping I could just realm hop to victory on this one. That means we might have to do this the old school way, which is cart everybody about. The best place to farm the catch-ups in Slayer's Rise, constant mobs. There's probably a few good places to do it. We'll grab these high-value beasties while they're about. Where's your other friend? When did you start playing WoW versus when did you start being a goblin? Well, I've kind of always had the goblin life in me. I started playing WoW very late. Well, my account is technically from vanilla. The reason I use the word technically is the fact that it existed, but it didn't. I didn't really play in vanilla. It wasn't until TBC I started like playing the game, like properly. But the goblin way of life came in TBC for me. I was in a little shitty social guild with a few friends and mates from work. And I basically one day cleaned out the guild bank and sold it all and then put all the gold in the guild bank and people fell over. Like, where did all that gold come from? And from that day forward, I was the one responsible for everybody's epic mounts. Everybody just put all of their trash in the guild bank and I just sold it all. Back when the meta was put shit on the auction house. Is my origin story. Back here, aren't they? Aha. Oh god, they all dropped group and nothing changes. Oh, I'm gonna have to do this the traditional way. In that case, let's all group up with you. Oh, well, they've just spawned here anyway. Favorite Blizzard moment is the Gilded Bruto. Blizzard basically took a shit on the Longboy owners and gave us a better version. Pay to win boy is pretty goated these days. Made them a lot of money. The irony is, before the pay to win Longboy turned up, I didn't have any Longboy at all. Now I have both of them. I went from being not a Longboy owner to owning double Longboys in the space of like a couple of months. Surprise, surprise, soon as everybody bought one with their credit card, they stopped gold capping it instantly on the black market auction house and gave me a go. I still paid 10 million gold for a mount that I think I've used about 3 times. To be fair, it's my default vendor mount these days. Bought the Gilded with gold. Pretty sure that gave Blizzard more money than if I used the credit card. Well, yeah, the token does. That's why the token exists. Blizzard makes roughly €7 or dollars or whatever off every token transaction. They charge people $20 for it, and then they only give players $13 for it. So, you know, that difference is there, is what they pocket every time. Oh, I don't really want to pull the rare. I forgot this dude exists. He's annoying. Quick, kill him. I'm out of interrupts. Oh, ding. Oh, I didn't want to level up. I get weak when I level up. Oh. I get weak when I level up. What's that? The light blesses your weapon, granting your attacks a chance to do a bunch of holy damage and heal you for 15k health. Oh, unironically, that's actually probably quite a good trinket for me. Yoink. More annoyingly, though, that's going to stop giving me 133 BOEs. Oh, I wasn't trying to level. Oh, people are hitting 100 skinning level. Not that the skill really matters for Majestic Beast killing, but we'll take it. Helps with the rest of their loot. It's still possible to lock leveling. I don't know. In theory it should be, but the limit should also have been lifted. And I don't know if it's actually like working. I would imagine if you can, you're limited to 80 now, I would guess. It's usually whatever you can. It depends if they've put the limit in. People tend not to use the limit though, because it also then prevents anybody else in the party from gaining XP also. It tends to be that people just use an account without the current expansion. Use the level cap. that way. These poor ponies, man. Can't even begin to think how many of these ponies I've killed in the last few days. Poor ponies. All in the name of getting more majestic hides. Have any of them even finished the weekly ones yet? No. They're all waiting on the epic weekly one. That one come next by the looks of things. Who's party leader? Make me leader. Lagging behind in a weird order. Oh, now I've lost half of them. I lost them all. Which day do patron orders restock? I think it's weirdly actually based on when you picked up the profession. Now that means a lot of players are synchronized because they all picked up their midnight profession on the launch day of early access. But I actually don't think it's uniform when they reset. But I'm going to be honest, I haven't mathed it out or scienced it out much. I check mine every day anyway. Because of the flickers. You kind of have to. It just means some days are much quicker than others. I get weaker when I level up. Shows how bad the game design is with leveling. Well, I don't know how they fix that, though. I mean, it does that for a very good reason. The fact this character, or you're able to finish the last expansion, like, twinked out your eyeballs compared to what you should be of an equivalent character of that level. If you level a character from 0 today, you're probably only item level 80 or something by the time you ding level 80. Meaning that the progression of levels, you know, your item level does go up. The difficulty is if you played the last expansion and you bring the character through to the new one, yeah, you're like 30, 40 item levels higher than an equivalent character is kind of tuned to be. Kind of a bit weird. And I don't really know how Blizzard fixes that, other than just like straight normalizing absolutely everybody's gear at the end of an expansion. But I can't imagine that they would ever do that because they kind of use pre-patch as a marketing tool to get people into the game and then sell them on the benefits of that you can get overpowered for the beginning of the next expansion. It's like, I don't know. And power creep's already so real at the end game. It's like, I don't know. Level 88 to 90 is, yeah. Yeah, and, you know, at the beginning of an expansion as well, it's super extreme. You go for, I think most people are dinging level 90 if they do the campaign about 170, 175, 180 maybe. But you slingshot to like 220 within about an hour, which is a 40 item level gain in an hour. Which means you go from hitting like an absolute wet fish at level 80, you know, 88, 89, to then being where you feel you should be a few hours after being 90. Then you have your normal season progression. It's kind of like, yeah, it's kind of weird. It's not a nice linear growth anymore. It's kind of like is the technical term I'll use. Until eventually everybody's running around in powerful gear and one-shotting everything again, but is there a gear grind for a reason? What people want to just smash it and not earn anything? Oh, I mean, that's what we call a hot take. I mean, this game is a gear grind. You take the gear grind out of this game and 90% of players lose interest within about 10 minutes. I mean, it's a massively... I mean, the hint is in the name, right? It's a massively multiplayer, lots of people, RPG, role-playing game. Part of role-playing is that you eventually... You do stuff that gets you stronger so you can go and do bigger shit. Like, it's just fundamental to this kind of type of game. But in terms of leveling, it does make the leveling process feel a bit weird. Right, most of them are chipping away now at the catch-up points, which is good. Most of them still need a lot, though. Like 20 catch-up points, nearly. Worst buy you ever made in WoW? It'd be hard to not say Dracothists. If you are purely quantifying that on how much gold I lost. So in regards to my biggest failed investment, yes, probably Kothists, where I think I lost about 16 million gold. But worst buy you ever made in WoW, I mean, the Longboy is probably up there. Spent 10 million on that thing and I've used it about 3 times. I already had the black one. I wanted the green one just because I wanted the green one. There wasn't really much other logic behind that. It depends how you define worst. I've never really had like proper howler. Like even Dracothists, I kind of feel that my logic wasn't terribly wrong. I guess my biggest... it's not on the same scale, but I guess one of my biggest sort of failed investments was probably delve mats in Season 2. Delve mats in Season 2 was probably... And all of the signs were there that I should have just completely ignored it. But I misread a situation and it cost me. Or I made an assumption based on something that wasn't true anymore. I guess that's probably the best way to describe it. I went with the theory that in Season 1, everybody blasted delves at the beginning. Because delves were new, delves were shiny. But delves also only gave you gear up until a certain point. In Season 1, it basically made it that delves, like, people were blasting them, and then they stopped doing delves. Like, the engagement of delves just fell off a cliff. And part of my logic was that in Season 2, the similar thing might happen. And I should probably explain that what I then thought would happen in Season 2 as well was that when the player base stops doing delves, what we saw in Season 1 was a relatively steady rise in the price of delve mats, even after the tinderbox shenanigans. The problem was that in Season 2, Blizzard moved the goalposts on delves to keep us far more engaged with delves for a lot longer. With them starting to dish out crests and turbo mode and this sort of stuff. meaning my suspicions that price of delve mats would rise towards the end of the season just didn't happen. Instead, they just completely cratered into the ground. So I don't know how much that actually, like, quote unquote, cost me, but it was a couple of mil. Now, who's this second? Oh, it's this silly worm thing in the sky. Alright then, I don't care. Man, I had to listen to a 2-hour rant from somebody who got upset when I said that there was no power gain from housing. The irony being that he was the most casual player I've ever met. Eh? So confused. For me, the worst buy in WoW was Shadowlands. Oh, I can't agree with you on that one. Skinning at the moment, I'm just using the southern part of Eversong Woods, really. There's just lots of wildlife. It's not actually the most quickest and easiest way for me to do this, not by a mile, but it works and I can do it while streaming, and it's kind of switch brain off kind of capable. This would also be much easier if I was using a druid to do it, because I could pull everything a lot more efficiently. I don't have too many pulling buttons on a paladin. Would have made more sense if you'd seen the context of what you were talking about when I wrote it. Oh, sorry. People spent a shit ton of gold money on the TBC Feldrake, and Blizz goes and gives it out as a Twitch drop. Oh, I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, there's there's about 15 years between those two events happening. I know a lot of people got, you know, got their feathers all in a twist about TBC mounts becoming Twitch drops, but they'd ceased production of TBC cards like a decade before. Like, there comes a point where you're like, I think if you've got the disposable income to buy a TBC mount with your credit card, then you probably shouldn't be worrying about it too much if Blizzard then goes and gives it to everybody. Kind of felt a little bit like one of those that people getting offended on behalf of other people. The people who, in theory, should get offended weren't really that bothered because they didn't care. Oh, it was a shiny one. Ah, now this is a pull. Now we're cooking. That's got to be worth at least 50 knowledge points. Logged my delve mat shame for posterity. Oh, did you have a similar situation? I'll have a look in a second. When a billionaire turns around and shows me their losses, I'm always interested. Flipping skinning whack-a-mole here today. Absolute whack-a-mole. Gold from this can't be terrible though. We're getting close. 9 samples left. 18 samples. Flipping out, that's quite a difference. 11. 16. Okay, there's a couple that are lagging behind a little bit. They are getting there. By far my biggest oops. I like how you've named it. By far my biggest oops. Ah, your biggest oops I don't even think is as big as my oops either. Remaining stock, delve mats, 4,500 gloom fallen. My buy price, 353 gold. Current value, 91. Went from 7.7 million invested down to 2 mil. 5.6 million lost. Was that... When was the timeline on that? Yeah, I think that's the same, isn't it? That's season... Is that the very... Was that the very tail... I can't remember that. This looked like the tail end. This was the tail end of season 1, where the price was steadily rising on them. Whilst the quantity of them was coming down because flipping nobody was running delves. Or maybe this was when a tinderbox thing happened. I can't quite remember the exact dates, but yeah, losing 5 mil on tinderbox on delve mats was a pain point. Billionaires' losses is just normally a way to avoid paying taxes. True. True. Can you imagine if they added taxes in WoW? I mean, there kind of already is subtle tax. Like there's a 5% auction house tax, which is not that dissimilar to sales tax. Other than in the real world, you have to pay substantially more than 5% on sales tax. Unless your name's Starbucks. Carefully position your company and island. Both. What's the goal per hour with the skinning army? I'm not actually tracking this. This for me is just leveling them up. This for me is getting them ready. I'm trying to get them the knowledge points they need to cap out these 2 nodes. So this part of it I'm not really tracking, but this is just me hunting down as many of the manifuged samples as I can get my hands on for the knowledge point. Gold per hour wise of this, I don't really have a easy way, and I'm not going to start switching add-ons on to track it, but I wouldn't say it's remotely competitive, but it's a nice byproduct whilst also getting these fellas set up, so none of them have spec'd into finesse or anything like this, so it's not expecting it to be a good number. But it's something. I can't even easily put a number against how much I make, like, daily, even with skinning the Majestics, because, like, the price variancy and the randomness of what you get every day, it can range humongously. And it's, like I said, it's all entirely weighted on the value of the hide right now. I have a day where I get like 25, 30 hides, then it's like Christmas come early, but then I'll have a day where I get like 5. The reason for setting these up with more knowledge points is so that they get both of these 2 nodes filled. And the Majestic Materials one especially has your chance to retrieve double the Majestic Materials, and then the final one is your chance to gather is increased. So higher chance and double the numbers, which when this procs, it's good. It's tasty. Give me 5% interest a year and I'd throw my 20 mil in the war bank and whenever, and I won't actually touch WoW for a while. Well, the theory behind investments in general in WoW is not too dissimilar of that of compound interest. Since not every market, but there are definitely some markets that sort of track with WoW's, you know, if you can call it inflation. For example, there are certain pets that are significantly higher in value today than when they were current pets, if you know what I mean. Although, I would go as far as to say WoW's inflation has been kept in track, like, pretty well. Years at this point. Gold today is pretty much worth the same as what gold was worth 10 years ago. It's not that dissimilar. Why aren't you following? What a nice big pull. What's the main mechanic that Blizzard uses to remove gold from the economy? Oh, auction house fees by a mile. 5% of literally every single transaction is removed from the game. 5% of every single transaction. And on top of that, there's deposit fees. So everything that doesn't sell costs for it to not sell. There's a tax when it sells, there's a tax when it doesn't sell. The auction house, by far. And there is literal billions of gold worth of transactions on the auction house every day. Yeah, things like repair fees are like a fart in a hurricane. They're not even in the same league. Auction house fees is literally what balances the entire game's gold. It's why I tend to believe they'll never fundamentally change how the auction house works. I don't think they'll ever, like, I mean, they had way back in the day, like what was it, a 15% fee for like cross-faction stuff, and they got rid of all of that. we've had a flat 5% fee for everything. And it would have to be something absolutely game-breaking for them to ever consider changing that, I think. It's just, you know, it's the code you just don't change now. Grab these. Blizzard also removed common forms of gold like world quests, all raids, etc. Well, they've been slow. I mean, I've always said that Blizzard controls only two things. They control the amount of gold that leaves the game, and they control the amount of gold that comes into the game. So over the years, the one of those two variables that they don't touch is the auction house 5% fee. That's been the same literally forever. So that's probably what they track things against. That's the metric that they probably track the most, how much gold is leaving the game via the auction house. And what they want to do is they then want to carefully balance the amount of gold that comes in so that those two numbers are relatively equal. Everything that happens in the middle is completely player-based. So no gold is being created, no gold is being lost. So pretty much everything that happens in the middle. And, you know, like I said, repair fees, they don't even count. Like, they're such a small number, they don't count. So this is why over years and years and years, the thing that they seem to tweak and try and control is how much gold gets made, how much gold goes into the game. So yeah, nerfing mission tables, nerfing past expansion raids. You know, when people can one-shot raids, they don't want people to be able to like easily farm tens of thousands of gold from it. Because all of that is brand new gold that then has to come out the other side for the numbers to balance. One day it'd be really cool if, you know, Blizzard spoke about this in any sort of detail. But the problem is it'd probably only be interesting to about 5 people in this stream, so I don't think they'll bother. The loot changes in The War Within, for me, felt like a big crackdown on... Huge crackdown on, like, hyperspawn bot farming. Because all of that was just optimized to print as much raw gold as humanly possible. Because that's a bot's dream, right? A bot's dream is to be able to hide in some corner of the game that doesn't get them seen and to produce gold that doesn't require any other input from any other player to obtain. That is as far as a bot is concerned, that is a dream scenario. And that's what was going on for a long time. Old school, old hyperspawn farms, hiding away in chromie time. You know, even if it was like 3,000 gold an hour, it doesn't matter to a bot because they do it 24 hours a day. Nobody knows they're doing it. It's only real players that have to chase, like, you know, the big gold per hour numbers because we're actually spending time. A bot doesn't care. One of these guys is finished, has got all his catch-up now. We're still as many as 10 Manafuge samples away on this dude, though. This is why doing this in a few weeks' time will be so much easier. Because as of right now, I literally need every single catch-up point for skinning to complete the teams, because there's only just enough knowledge points in the game to do this. can't cut corners. Means these early teams will be slower to set up. I have to min-max them. I wish if somebody used my Brutosaur, I got a bit of the Orcsnails cut. That would be funny. But you know it would also be hyper abused. that would be seriously busted. Put it this way, I was down 40 mil total for the expansion 5 days ago. Now I'm down 20 mil. But I've been investing like a madman in anything that I thought was flippable. Stock is stocked up hugely though. But it's like turning around a tanker. It takes a while to see returns. 2 started early when prices were dropping too fast though. So lesson learned on that front. I took a serious look into flipping recipes about a week ago, and I deemed it still too early and too risky. With the amount of gold I was willing to throw at it anyway, which is why I went into profession tools instead. Just perception, this node, yeah. Kidding me? 1 point off. Odd barracks, I'm pretty sure they got really worried for a moment there. I've always thought that this concept about the WOD barracks was massively overblown. Now I know that, yes, WOD barracks definitely made people a bunch of gold. But I definitely don't think it... I think there's a humongous amount of different perception here. I think for WOD garrisons, there were some people that were so used to playing the game and never having a single penny of gold. As soon as they were able to make tens, maybe even hundreds of thousands of gold, they thought it was Christmas come early. But for somebody who already had like multiple gold caps, even before WOD went live, I never really thought that WOD garrisons printed gold quite like the way that some other people thought they did. And still to this day, I'm like, people turn around and claim that all their WOD garrison money is still propping them up to this day. And I'm like, there is no way WOD garrisons made you more than a few mil. Because you also did not have alt armies of 50 characters in Warlords of Draenor. Meaning that there was not that many people running that many, you know, garrisons. There really wasn't. Like, the most extreme examples you heard of were people with, like, 20 or 30 characters. It just didn't, you know, I think this is, I never really thought that WOD garrisons was quite as ridiculous as people have always made it out to be. I mean, don't get me wrong. For most players, the fact that you could press a few buttons on a mission table without really much setup or thought, and over a period of time start to rack in like 2,000 gold a day, it was pretty spicy. Don't get me wrong, but like, I still think concentration alts far eclipsed what WOD garrisons ever made anybody. 22 tunes for WOD garrisons, making 5.5k a day. Quit when I hit 10 mil. That 10 mil is gone long ago. Yeah, I mean, I'm not discrediting that 10 million gold is a ridiculous amount of gold. I mean, it is literally the gold cap. But in the grand scheme of things, I don't know. I don't honestly remember it with enough detail. You mean you're down liquid but up in stock, or are you down overall? Down liquid, up in stock value by more than I'm down in liquid. Sign us some good flips. I should really do like an inventory check on my flipping dudes just to see how much stuff they're actually holding on to, like value wise. Because I think I'm in a pretty similar position. I'm still technically down for the expansion gold wise by quite some way, but I've yet to really tap into reselling any of my material flip stuff. Plus, I am spending the best part of 2 to 3 million gold a day, if not more, crafting blue profession gear right now. And I seem to be selling a portion of that whilst still making about the same amount back every day as well. Meaning that I'm treading water in terms of like liquid gold, but my inventory is just going through the roof right now as I spread out onto 80 realms. And then we're messing around doing all this as well, so it's like I don't really know where I'm at right now. Just keep playing, just keep having fun. I've always had the mindset of that you actually make gold when you stop spending it. I know that sounds really dumb and really straightforward, but it's so true. When you get comfortable spending gold on things that you think will turn into more, you can sometimes get into the habit of just never actually stopping spending. I did that a bit with decor for quite a while. The number didn't really go up with decor for me until I stopped buying the damn stuff. You had the bug where you don't get unalloyed abundance after using a Dun shard? Yeah, everybody has. Yeah, abundance is just... Abundance is 50-50 if it works for you or not. If it works, great. If not, better luck next time. I'm still getting dangerously low on health. I suppose I am playing Ret. And we're leveling up. Still only one of my guys has got all the knowledge points they need. We're down to 7, 5, and 5. Oh, at least all the numbers are somewhat close together. Can confirm I was running about 25 characters back in WoD on the tables, and the War Within concentration was way better. Yeah, I genuinely think that it would have been. And it's kind of a bit crazy to think, but the amount of inflation in the game since Warlords of Draenor doesn't actually feel as if it was that outrageous. I still to this day think Shadowlands took humongous amounts of gold out of the game. I mean, the amount of money that people will spend on both crafting and selling legendaries. When we consider that the auction house is the biggest remover of gold of the game, the amount that individuals were spending back in Shadowlands was just flipping bananas. But Blizzard have been clever, I think. They've learned, well, haha, maybe, we'll see. But they've at least partly learned that if they make everybody buy one really fucking expensive thing, like humongously expensive thing, like a Shadowlands Legendary on day one of them coming out, if they put everybody in that position where people feel obliged to pay like hyper Shadowlands Legendary level premium money for something, and then do it every patch, Blizzard hates them. But I don't know if you've noticed, but your average price of your enchants and consumables and stuff like that over the last couple of expansions has not exactly been cheap. Like, the grand total that you'll spend on decking out a full character now, I think is pretty comparable, if not even more than what it probably was back in Shadowlands. It's just that it's the sales psychology of selling somebody many small purchases add up to be technically more than one single purchase. It's the Netflix monthly subscription model, isn't it? You can pay $10 a month. $10 a month, nobody notices. Nobody cares. $10 a month, yeah, whatever, $10 a month. If you turn around and ask people for 120 euros once a year, you'll start to find your cancellations will go through the roof because nobody wants to pay 120 in one go. It's the same amount of money, but it seems to hurt more when you have to do it in one big chunk. It's crazy windy outside. I don't know if you pick this up on the mic, but I've got a sheet metal roof on the studio in here, and it just flaps about in the wind, and it's going something chronic today. Hello, Sula. Hi. Hi. What's up? Can you hear the roof too? Can you hear the roof too, can you? Hey. Hey, little man. You woke up. Oh, you flopped. You flopped. BFA removed a lot of gold, I think, with the Azerite trait re-rolling. Do we think? I think that took a lot out of the game. I mean, it would have been some. I'm not going to discredit the fact that it was some. Wasn't it also relatively quickly changed because people complained it was too expensive? I don't think it would have taken any more out of the pockets of people than they would have probably spent on raid BOEs in a season anyway, would it? I know they were getting exponentially more expensive, but how many people were like, okay, I'm going to spend 120,000 gold re-rolling my Azerite traits today? Are there really that many people? It seems like a very niche thing, where Shadowlands Legendaries like took over the entire player base, pretty much. Anybody that cared about gear in any way, shape, or form buying a new Shadowlands Legendary every season. You're probably right, though. It probably did take a lot out of the game. The vendor for the Legos was super costly too. Yeah. The stupid boreal shards, yeah. Yeah, it was double tax, wasn't it? You were being stolen from the Philippine a boreal shard vendor in the first place, and then the auction house took 5% of what you sold it for. You're getting shafted twice. Shafted twice, and you will like it. Pull a few more of these. Out them running away. Honestly, don't understand why the raw gold keeps coming into the game now. With so many gold sinks, I expect that inflation would go down. I mean, have you opened a Patreon cache recently? Those things are spitting out 5k a pop. Tens of thousands of people every single day doing world quests throughout most of the expansion. Is the thing is that raw gold is now far more evenly distributed in terms of that it's not just one or two people. Like, if you play the game and you play, you know, if you poke your nose into a few avenues of the content in the game, you'll passively be making 10, 20,000 gold a week just playing the game. Whether it be from mob drops, whether it be from Patreon caches, whether it be from, you know, wherever it comes from. It comes like there's little drips and drabs that come everywhere. So there doesn't need to be like one single big source like we've often seen before for where raw gold comes from. This concept of raw gold creation, Blizzard has hated it for years, and they've always tried really hard to limit the amount of places you've been able to get stuff. With the professions for years, we had like vendor shuffles, where you'd buy materials below a certain price point, craft a meaningless item, and then just give it straight to a vendor. And Blizzard will always try to nerf those and carefully balance what the sell rate, what the sell value of items was, to make sure that materials still held some value. You know, they tried a few things for years until they suddenly realized the best thing they needed to do was just make you buy vendor materials for every single crafted item. This is now why we have spell threads and, you know, vendor mats on literally every single craft in the game. It ensures that the amount of gold created by crafting an item is technically always negative, not positive. You know, vendor shuffles are basically dead now because of that. Oh, one left. Two left. One left. Oh, we're nearly there. Nearly there. A few more packs. Let me go to my favourite pack at the back. In the first week of Midnight, people spent 200 to 600,000 gold on 220 BOE rings and necks, which they'll replace in the next few days. Yeah, but then none of that gold matters, because that's entirely within the player-driven economy. No gold is created or lost in that, really, other than the auction house fee. It's a good indication of that people are willing to spend pretty ridiculously in the first few days, yeah, but from an inflation perspective, it doesn't make a difference. That's just, you know, that's just gold moving from one player to another player. And I don't think there's a huge amount of people that were spending that much gold on BOEs. The fact that world quests give you 230 gear within about an hour is kind of crazy to see the price of some of them still, though. They're going to be good little earners, those 220 BOEs, though, I reckon, for most of the patch. It's one of those where I kind of weirdly think you'll have more success with that on the bigger servers, where where just most people are. I think that's where demand might actually outstrip supply on that sort of stuff. Who's missing? You're missing. Oh, he got one of his catch-up points. Oh, these two have finished. 1 point apiece. 2 knowledge points to go. Is there a Dawn Crystal Shuffle? Seems like the Dark Moon one's not worth it. Was it just me? That will be the only one. Much like most crafts in the game, though, you got to be doing something pretty efficient to spin a profit from it. But yeah, I would half imagine that crafting Dark Moon cards, making trinkets, disenchanting them is where most of those crystals are coming from. M0s are daily lockout now. So I would imagine serious players are probably running M0s every day, and if they are also reasonably smart, might be disenchanting effectively. Also, you've got to remember all of the enchanting concentration alts right now don't really have much need for a lot of their moxie, and are so buying the bags that gives them between 6 to 10 crystals a time, which adds up real fast. He's still not got his knowledge point. Convinced that pack would be okay. Made 500k yesterday from inscription to disenchanting. Yeah, I'm sure the money's there. Shit doesn't exist if it's not profitable. It's just figuring out how to make it profitable. Whether you qualify for any of that piece of the pie, or whether somebody else's advantage on material price kind of prices you out of the market or not. Right, is this pack going to be enough? It's going to be it now to get that final knowledge point. Damn better be. Be warned, boys and girls. We got abundance next. Only need to do like 1, maybe 2 runs of abundance, though. It's fine. This dude's still not got his knowledge point. There it is! Magic. Right. That's the catch-up knowledge grind done. You watch. Some of these dudes won't even have flipping. Okay, he's got 4 dun-duns. He's got 2 dun-duns. That's all we need. Oh, they get 2 for free anyway. Who cares? I've just realised they get 2 for free. Where is Dun-Dun Land? Dun-Dun Land is in that place. Aranir. To Dun-Dun. Guess it would require a spreadsheet, which is something I'm not willing to do. Multi-profession, you know, shuffles will probably be spreadsheet required. Or should I say, the margins will be being kept so tight that without a spreadsheet, you'll probably just not be able to keep track of it well enough. Right, we need to do 2 Dun-Dun runs each, because then they'll be able to buy their Dun-Dun book. I need to calculate, actually, if I've got enough Void Light. It's not easy for me to track how much Void Light I've got, because it's all spread out on different characters and realms. I should have enough Void Light to buy them their skinning book as well. These dudes all need a skinning book. Finish the job. Or they need to wait until Wednesday, where 1 single knowledge point drop will do the job as well. I wonder if I've got any skinning books in the war bank. Surely I made so many of those flipping things when I was leveling scribes. Maybe I didn't make enough for all of these guys though. Holy lag, Batman. Hello, frames. Jesus. Oh no, it's balanced my gold again. I've just realised I entirely didn't want it to do that. Oh well, it's happened now. 802,000 gold has just been deposited in the war bank, which is my skinning results for a couple of days. I'll take that. What am I looking for? Skinning books. Thalassian books on skinning. 3 of them. 3 is a good start. 3 is not 4. 3 is not 4. I'm going to have to put in an order for 1. It's going to be really annoying if I got to put in an order for 1. That's going to be really... Put an order in 1. And it's going to be made all the more annoying because these characters are all on flipping arse about realms. Okay, we're going to do this a different way. I'm just going to craft some more on my scribe. That's probably the play. I don't actually need Muthius's... oh no, I do, to go do Abundance. Yeah, you might have noticed that this setup for the skinners is not a 5-minute job. But my theory with this is that getting it done now, these are teams that can continuously do Majestic Beast killing for as long as it's still worth doing. And unless Blizzard steps in and makes any changes to it, it seems like it could be valuable for quite a while. So, what is it, like an hour, maybe 2, to set these characters up? And I'm, of course, doing it 4 at a time, which is a nice bonus. I guess if it takes half an hour to do like a proper setup for a concentration alt, by the time you multiply that by 4, it's a couple of hours to get 4. It's probably not that different. The repetitive skinning is what will get to me, though. That'll cook me after a while. Right, out of curiosity, do you just like have any lying about? Oh my god, holy lag, Batman. You have lots of random stuff, but you don't have any of the random stuff I need. Why am I getting like 12 FPS in the capital city? What's going on? Can I please have better than 10 FPS game? Why it's being so laggy. It says with 5 accounts on the screen. The flipping, there's definitely some sort of memory leak or something though. And I think this is what's killing me right now. Yeah, 52. Okay, it's dropped to 47. Still using 47 gig of RAM. Sure. Guess that. I guess of S is skinning. Skinning, yes. You make this window. You can't make the default crafting window bigger or smaller. Like, who looked at this and goes, "Yep, that's fine. That's fine." There's a sale on Battle.net. Maybe they sell some FPS packs. I pay. Yeah, they're flip. Yeah. I don't even think I've got a multi-craft tool. They're the old Dragonflight ones. Make a bunch of these. You're bold to assume anybody looked at it. I know. Well, somebody looked at Inscription the other day because they went and changed a bunch of stuff. 15, 16, that'll do. I'm never going to set up more than 4 extra teams in the time it takes me to just not bother with books anymore. That 16 should be good. Let's give them all straight to Mutheus. This could be interesting though, if we're getting this much lag in the capital city when I go do 5 accounts in flipping abundance, that could go pretty wild, couldn't it? Luckily we only need to do 2. I might not have time. I've got puppies that are telling me it's time to stop being a gamer. Watching Mystical stream yesterday, the DBM author, he was saying about how Blizz devs are aware of a given bug. They know what's causing it. They know how to fix it, but they're not allowed. I mean, I doubt the orders are to not fix it. I guess it's more of a case of that the orders are to, it is to be put on the list, but it is not a high priority. Is how I would imagine it's probably phrased, but yes. Like with most things, like dev time is going to be curated towards certain tasks more so than others. Are we sure perception gives more majestic stuff? Yes. Yes. That's why we stack it. Now, where did they go? Is that them? Doink. Right, let's get out of this capital city because it's lagging like balls. Right, to the tree zone. We do some abundance. We do the burn dance. If this zone ends up being any smoother. The order is do this new feature now. You can't put that bug fix into this sprint. I've been there, I've worked with product owners like that. They're such assholes to work with. Well, yeah. People do be people do. Right, if we do 2 dun-dun runs, the reason we do the 2 dun-dun runs on these skinners is so we can buy the skinning book. Now, we do need both of said dun-dun runs to go relatively smoothly, because we need to get, what was it, 1,600 dun-dun points? Is it 1,600 for the book? 1,600. So we do technically need both runs to end up being 900 runs. We'll have 1,800 dun-duns. Is the plan. So let's see how tragic this ends up being. Right, talk to the rat. Rat of power, the rat of doneness. Right, go gadget go. No, follow. Why will you not follow? Why are you still on your mount? Don't fuck me, game. Wasting time. Precious time. Okay. On the one hand, it's not wrong per se. Remember me saying about it won't matter until people stop paying the money. That's basically it. New features make marketing happy. Well, yeah, exactly. Like, follow the money. Follow the cash. Cash money's always wins. If you don't understand why something's happening, it's probably because of money. Oh god, holy frame rate, Batman, I'm sorry. In fact, I have a sneaky suspicion you guys actually get better frame rate via the stream than I get. Because OBS seems to steal about 60 of my FPS and leaves me with the rest of it. I haven't been able to figure out why it's doing it, because it shouldn't do it, because it's meant to use the NVENC encoder, and I don't know why it's not. Anyway. 2 dun-dun runs. I'm sure what you expected to see from me today was plenty of dun-duns. Because we love a good dun-dun run. Love a good dun-dun run. When I'm running through here with 5 characters, though, I can't really complain about the lag and the lack of frames. That's kind of on me at this point. Yeah, it genuinely looks better on my OBS screen than it looks on my actual screen. Right, we're nearly at the end. That should have easy got us 900 points. Let's pray. $900. Just because it says 900 doesn't necessarily mean you actually get 900, but it looks like we did. Good. Next run. Talk to the rat. Go. Somebody reset motes of primal energy. I saw them at like 12, 13 gold a piece or something yesterday. I was mentioning this like a while ago. It's one of those things, they're so flipping cheap that I think at one point you could buy out the entire moat market for less than a gold cap. And I'm not talking just one of the 4. I'm talking about all 4. Like, when they're that cheap, yeah, you know, there's got to be some crazy people out there, you know, that have got looking at a spare gold cap or 2 just for a bit of a YOLO. Because a YOLO like that, if it works, is like, you know, when it's so flipping cheap in the first place. I'm not suggesting anybody do this. I'm just merely stating that the entire value in the market was like what could be seen by a lot of gold makers to be like a good amount of gold, but not amount of gold that you wouldn't be willing to risk. It was definitely not Daz Bank. Okay. Okay. Moat's the new crypto. Well, it's the only thing I've been relatively public about when talking about materials and speculation. So, while I won't take full responsibility if it never pays off for people, I still have not anybody been able to really disprove my theory. And the fact that a reasonable amount of people who I also trust to be able to stand on their own 2 feet and not listen to some dude on the internet have also sort of come to the same conclusion. Makes me think that we might see some success from it. But it's a timing thing. And it might all fall flat on its face, but hence why you only invest with gold you're willing to lose. If it works, great. If it doesn't, you shouldn't cry about it. Oh my god, 10 seconds already. Wow, 3 minutes was like, we had so much fun, I nearly forgot to turn my motes in. 900, 900, 900, 900. Yes. Yes. Beautiful stuff. Doggo's going crazy for it. I have a sneaky suspicion Nipsu is about to start her lady time. The only reason I suspect this, and don't shoot me female humans, is that Nipsu is getting quite grumpy. Especially towards Sulla. Which does lead me to think that something might be occurring. Boots. Trinket. Ring. Right, where are we going to now? We need to go to Zulaman and buy the book. Void Light book. Now, this is another one where I'm assuming I've got enough Void Light Mile to do this, but I haven't done the maths. So if it doesn't, this team will have to wait to be fully finished. My new theory, people who invest in moats will earn gold from other people who invest and stock. Not for mass usage. I mean, like I mentioned, it's all speculative, but you don't have to look at too many of the recipes that are going to be both crafted and consumed in just ungodly numbers in the next few weeks to start noticing a pattern, I think, personally. The pattern being that there'll come a point where moats will be the thing that is in far greater quantity of demand than the base raw materials. And from a... which will and because they're used across the board, this is kind of the crux of my theory here, is that moats are used so widely across the board that on a single profession basis, yes, you might need more raw mats than moats. But when you add up all of the professions combined, when all of the flipping leather workers and all of the alchemists and all of the jewel crafters and all of the enchanters are all trying to buy moats all at the same time, that starts to cause humongous strain on the supply of them. Right, I've chose to fly there manually because I can't be bothered to flipping fly all 5 of them. Also gives me an opportunity to go for a pee quickly. Back in 2. Alrighty. We there yet? Nearly. Totally understand the premise. We just see the tip of the iceberg. That's people that hold massive amounts of moats thinking the same. I don't know. Well, like I said, we'll see. The reality is I've bought a real sizable amount of moats and I paid about 2 gold a piece for each of them. They only need to go, you know, I could sell them at 4 gold. I could resell them at 2 gold a piece and just get my money's worth, right? You know, get my money back at the end of the day. They'd only need to go to 4 gold for me to double my investment. You know, it's one where the market doesn't actually have to move that far for me to win on it. What will be funny is when they do start to run out. If and as and when they do start to run out, what will be really funny is you'll see the price start to rise, and then that's when you'll see a whole bunch of people who are like scared that they're going to miss the boat, and then that's when the real speculation happens. All of those people that like, oh my god, the price of these is going up, I must buy 10,000 of them now, and then when everybody panics and does exactly the same thing. 2 days later, they're at 50 gold a piece, and like people are still buying them out. People are asking me, should I buy these at 30 gold a piece? And they were like 2 gold the week before. But, you know, things be crazy. Right. Where do we need? Old junk. Where do we need? Whisper of the Lower skinning. That's the one, isn't it? Yes. Oh, did I already have... No, I need the 750 mile. How much do I need? I've got 400. What's that? 250? 350. Currency, mile, transfer. Okay, not that much. 350. Yoink. Right, you're good. Why is it not gone off the list? Did I not buy the abundance books? Did I haul ass all the way here and not buy the abundance books? I didn't buy the abundance books, did I? Ah, what a donut! Alright, well, I guess we're going back in a minute. Can you buy them from any of the NPCs? Is Chell the Chip going to be lurking by... Or is Chell the Chip going to be down in the hut down here? Cannot be transferred from a character that's logged on? Then don't give me that option then, stupid game. What a dun-dun. Opt here, dun-dun. Okay. Right. Let's add a curiosity. See if Chell the Chip is in the hut down here. and will sell me the books from here. No. You don't become an NPC until I've done your stupid quest. Oh, for fuck's sake. I want to do the stupid quest. Am I going to have to fly my... Am I going to have to haul ass all the way back to flipping... Right. We'll try... We'll try going up here. Tell you what, if I'm going to do this, I might as well do it with all... But what are you predicting will change in the current economy that would give that effect? Simple flip-flop of supply and demand. At the start of every season, there is a strong, very heavy decline in the amount of people that continue farming. People predominantly farm whilst they have nothing else better to do. Second to that, in the early season, flipping nobody really had any strong need for moats, based on moats being a key component to most endgame crafted pieces of, like, well, commodity stuff, potions, enchants, gems, all of this sort of stuff. So a complete 180, a complete flip-flop in the supply and demand, has the opportunity, nothing is a given, nothing is guaranteed, but it has the opportunity to dramatically slow down the supply of them, whilst also simultaneously spiking the demand for them. Where, you know, if the change is extreme enough, it will also then eventually start affecting the price of them as well. Goldson has 16 million worth of moats. Goldson has millions of gold worth of everything. Because Goldson can't resist spending his gold on speculation. He can't resist. He's hooked. Where even is the Dun place? Here it is. Can I use you as a vendor? You sell me the books. Hang on. Before abundant lands, share. Oh yes, this can be shared. In case I need it. Aha, you do act as a vendor. Good, I can buy the book from you here. Skinning abundance. Yes, please. Yoink. I've yet to trade the books over. Wait, why didn't that work? 65 moxie only? How's this character only got 65 moxie? How's that even possible? How can he possibly only have 65 moxie? Eh? I mean, I fixed it now, but that doesn't make any sense. Okay, some of these now should, if we trade over some books, I really need to take these puppies out for a walk. Trade you a book. You a book. Trade you a book. And finally, the last unclaimed knowledge point. Yoink. Now, that in theory should mean everything has gone to plan. And only if everything has gone to plan. These dudes should all be able to now max out both of these nodes. Yoink. That's a success. Turns out I need to learn all the knowledge points first. People start sending M+, for example, instead of doing world quests and byproduct farming. Yeah, I mean, it happens at the beginning of every expansion, and it also happens to a lesser degree at the beginning of every season. That before the season launches, people keep themselves busy and they go out and they do the world content and they go out and farm a few bits and pieces and they make a bit of gold and whatever. And then as soon as the season starts, people get far more into their actual main content of choice. And you start to see a dramatic slowdown in the amount of people going out picking up stuff. And this is one of the big reasons why you tend to see a crash in prices a couple of weeks after the expansion, but then it starts to come back up again on a lot of things once supplies start to dwindle. Right, you're good. 2 for 2. I get the feeling it's going to feel like a very short season. Most guilds have already cleared normal raid now. I mean, Blizzard are also playing, aren't they? Like, with having three separate raids, albeit one of them only being a one-boss fight, but, like, having 3 separate raids is going to spread things out a little bit. That perspective. But I do wonder if, you know, there was a bit of a trend for a long time that season 1 raids just kind of fall over. And there's always been a bit of a speculation on that maybe they deliberately make season 1 raids that touch bit easier on the basis of that it's also the period in time where they just hoover up brand new players to the game and they don't want the first season of raids to like punch you in the face. But we'll you know, see how that plays out. Once again, standard disclaimers. I'm not really the right person to have much of an opinion on this, because I don't do much of it. I wouldn't mind the season being... Nobody wants a season that lasts 5 minutes, but with 3 separate raids and it all being staggered, it means potentially good thing for goal making. So it means we'll see more weeks of like weekly resets being a big day, like... You know, oh, is this a Spark week? Yeah, this is a Spark week. Right, let's go craft a bunch of shit for people. And the more rotations of that we can see as goblins, the better, you know? Right, here's to hoping none of my maths has gone wrong, and here's to hoping everything just works smoothly now. If we can go 4 for 4 on these. It's taken me a lot longer today than I expected it to take me, but everything does when I'm also streaming. 40 points there. 40 points in Majestics. Yes. Now we're cooking. Boom. Might as well have that unlocked. Might as well unlock that. We might as well unlock that. Never do I plan to get these guys any better than what they are right now. So, the only thing to do is to test it. No. Going. Actually, how's there just flipping Hearthstone your way back? Yep, your Hearthstones are off cooldown. Good. Good. Wait, you've got the wrong profiles. Haven't got the right profiles. Your buttons are in the wrong spots. Can you give a quick overview of how you're doing the rare beast farm? I mean, my perspective on it's a little bit different to others because I'm trying to do it 4 accounts at a time. But in simple terms, it's 80 points in skinning and a set of and a perception tool. That's really it. As you've just watched me do a few times, it's 80 points into Talented Tracker. 20 points in here is what gives you the ability. No, what is it? 20 points in here gives you the ability to unlock a sub-spec, and that sub-spec is Majestic Materials. That's your absolute bare minimum, 20 knowledge points. You can do that just by flying around picking up the profession treasures. 40 points in here, though, gives you a stacked amount of perception, which helps with drop rates. There is the 20-point node, which gives you the chance to get double the amount of Majestic Materials. And then the final capstone node is increasing your chance to get them even further. So yeah, 80 points here is what you're after. That is now technically achievable, although you do have to have all skinning knowledge points. Get prepared to do quite a bit of skinning. I have had to do a couple of hours of skinning to get these up to speed. But then, yeah, then you just go kill the beasts every day. The reason I've pushed to 80 out of 80 is because it also gives the ability to do the Void Storm Grand Beast Lure. Which, the reason I'm choosing to kill that dude rather than any of the others is that he has the chance to drop all 3 of the Majestics. So it gives the widest selection. It also helps the lures are quite cheap. And once they're set up, it's simply log in once a day, kill the beast, log out. If you're doing this on single characters, you're doing this like on one account and you're doing it a single character at a time, it's probably worth your time to actually do the world tour. Probably doesn't take more than 10 minutes on a single character to do the world tour, which is to kill all 5 of the Majestic Beasts. At least for whilst you are still setting up characters. I'm going wide rather than deep, so I'm only actually killing one of the Majestic Beasts each day on each character. But prioritizing the one I think's the best, if that makes sense. Right, let's get some lures on this dude. Grand beast lures means we need some knollfish. These dogs are going bananas. I'll craft up a bunch of them. Been perma prospecting when gem dust prices are good. On the off account since launch. Like something to set up on the main account that can just be a daily blast. Skinning alchemy is a decent setup. Yeah, concentration with alchemy is alright at the moment on potions. It's a bit rocky on flasks because of the flipping Lotus price, but on potions it's alright. And then this is a 10-minute job per character per day sort of thing. Hey Poppers, relax. Okay. Drop the lure. Drop the lure, kill the beast. Where do beast be? There be beast. Today's surprise sale, hot papaya milk times 4, 9,371 gold. I don't even know what hot papaya milk is. Fair play though. Need to remember to interrupt this dude and stun his fear. Then just carve him down. Oh, shit, I wasn't meant to skin him. Whoops. Oh well, these guys skin him. Majestic Claw. Never lucky. What a fucking waste. 2 Majestic Claws. Perception helped me get more plumages there, by the way. Go on, hides. Times 12. Never lucky. Oh, God. Okay, well, we've spun a loser today. That team is an absolute bunch of losers. But you win some, you lose some. I'm intrigued to see just how many materials we've gained from doing all of that setup today, though. What's my current bag value? 409,000 gold. Remember 409k. Let's transfer all the goodies over. Couple of 133s. Have some value. A claw. You can log off. You sell all the trash. Any 133s? Another 133. Log out. I don't need to do this process every day, obviously. This is just me cleaning up the bags so they're neat and tidy. I get a bit of an idea of what... if anything, we made from just setting it up. Of course, all the mats count. Oh, 139 pair of legs. They're worth even more. You're done. Log you out. Overall, the Grand Beast drops a bit more majestic. 1.4 versus 0.98 per kill. Of course, after 1,000 kills, those numbers might be a bit closer. Yeah, I don't suspect that any one is really any better than any other, but if one that has the chance to drop all three, I think overall is probably worth poking. But I don't think it really matters. More than anything, it's the fact that the flipping lures are the cheapest. I don't worry too much about the cost of the lures, but, you know, a saving is a saving. 133 ring, their money. 139 boots, and another 133 pair of legs. 3 BOEs leveling that up as well. Apparently my inventory went up to 470,000 gold at DB recent values. I don't know how... Yeah, that will be taking into consideration the price of these. So what was that, from 409 to 470? 61,000 gold in a couple of hours just setting these up. That's not including... You know, that's certainly not humongous gold per hour by any rate, but, you know, as far as I'm concerned, it's something I was going to do that's free money. Free money. Just BOEs in a group. Item level. You're 152. Why are you 152? You don't count. 139s, 139s, 133s. Get on the auction house. No. 409k was the amount of gold that I just had in my bags anyway. Before I transferred everything over. Oh, flippity-doo. Now I pressed the wrong button. That was my starting point. 470 is what we finished. It was only like 50,000-60,000 gold whilst leveling it up in skinning mats, but that's not the point. No. That's just bonus gold. Wonder how much gold you can do per day if lucky with all of your teams. Oh, I mean, I haven't tracked that in much detail. I put 800,000 gold in the war bank earlier, accidentally. Now that's only a few days of doing the skinning stuff and selling the mats, so it's already worth a reasonable amount every day. And this is before I've even finished like properly optimizing it. Which is nice, very nice. But, boys and girls, I'm hungry. My dogs are going a bit bananas. I think it's probably best I leave it there for today. We got stuff done, which is how we do, you know? Working forward every day. Nice big restock of a few million gold worth of BOEs restocked on the auction houses. Another team of skinners like properly set up. All good. It's all good. Thank you for joining me, boys and girls. I appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your day. This week, we see the first vaults openings on Wednesday. You probably won't see a very special vault opening from me because I don't think I'm going to put anything in it. But yes, that could be fun this week at least. And of course, with Mythic opening, Goblin markets could explode. It could be fun to see. Could be fun to play with. So join me for that if you are interested. If you haven't hit the follow button, hit the follow button. I appreciate it. Come say hi over on the Discord if you haven't already. And of course, thank you for lurking. Thank you for chatting. If you've sat through an ad today, muchos gracias. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'm going to go grab some food. I'll see you next time. Peace.